Silence, please, all stand. Ron is got in Lidcombe is sitting.
Good morning. Now open the inquiry into the Reedy Swamp Tathra bushfire of March 2018. I'll take appearances. Can Court 2 hear us?
Yes, Your Honour.
Thank you. Appearances, Mr. Cassidy.
May it please Your Honour, I assist Your Honour with my learned friend, Mr. Mickelvet.
Thank you.
May it please the Court, I appear with Mr. Pintos Lopez for Essential Energy. My name is Cheney.
Mr. Cheney.
May it please the Court, Newton I appear for the Rural Fire Service, Fire and Rescue New South Wales and Forestry Corporation of New
Thanks,
South
Mr.
Wales.
Newton.
Good morning, Your Honour. If
Morning,
it
Mr.
please,
Smythe.
I appear for the 398 victims appearing by leave, and I'll be quiet today, Your Honour, but while I'm on my feet, may I take the opportunity to thank the Court for accommodating the live stream.
Thanks, Mr. Smythe, and hopefully the live stream will be smooth running.
I'm sure it will be, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Goodman.
Yes, Your Honour. We've been asked to remain seated. I appear with my learned friend, Mr. Hackett, for Tree Expert Australia Pty Ltd.
Please the Court, my name is Johnston, Johnston. I appear led by Mr. David Lloyd for Bega Valley Shire Council.
Thanks, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Baroni.
If it please the Court, yes, Baroni, I appear for the New South Wales Parks and Wildlife, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Baroni. Is Mr. Wiper, Travis Wiper, on video link or audio? No. Are there any other appearances on audio or video? No. All right. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Cassadine.
Your Honour, this is an inquiry held under Section 30 of the Coroners Act into the bushfire that started in the Reedy Swamp area to the southeast of Bega on Sunday, 18 March 2018, before catastrophically impacting the surrounding region, and in particular the town of Tathra. The fire was declared out on 24 March 2018 by the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, or the RFS. Remarkably, no deaths resulted from the fire, but the impact was nevertheless tremendous. The fire travelled a distance of over 8 kilometres right to the eastern seaboard. When all was said and done, the fire had destroyed dozens of houses and other buildings and had burnt an area of 1,395 hectares. Hundreds of residents and visitors were displaced. The Insurance Council of Australia reported that as at 19 July 2019, the total cost of the damage caused by the fire was in the order of $63.5 million. Section 32, subsection 4 of the Coroners Act provides that the State Coroner must direct that a coroner hold a general inquiry concerning a fire or explosion that has destroyed or damaged property within the state if, firstly, an authorised public official has made a request to the State Coroner for a general inquiry to be held, or secondly, the State Coroner is of the opinion that a general inquiry should be held. In the case of bushfires, as defined in the Rural Fires Act of 1997, an authorised public official is defined as the Commissioner of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. On 20 March 2018, Shane Fitzsimmons, then the Commissioner of the RFS, wrote to the New South Wales State Coroner to request that a general inquiry into the fire be held pursuant to Section 32, subsection 4A of the Coroners Act. In response to the RFS Commissioner's request, the State Coroner directed that a general inquiry be held. Pursuant to Section 30, subsection 3 of the Coroners Act, the jurisdiction of a coroner to hold a general inquiry concerning a fire or explosion extends to the examination of all of the circumstances concerning the fire or explosion, including but not limited to an examination of its origin and cause. Your Honour, before I proceed to deal with the facts and circumstances relating to the Reedy Swamp fire, it is important that I provide some brief introductory remarks about the nature of these proceedings, particularly for the benefit of those persons not familiar with this jurisdiction or the nature of an inquiry such as this. It is important to stress that these proceedings are inquisitorial in nature, not adversarial. This is an inquiry, not a contest. There are no parties as such in these proceedings with rights and interests to be adjudicated upon after they present their respective cases. Nor is it the function of this inquiry to apportion blame. Nobody is on trial in these proceedings. In simple terms, the purpose of an inquiry such as this is to establish as much as can be established about the facts and circumstances of the fire, which may in turn enable Your Honour to consider whether any recommendations can and should be made. In this context, it is our role and duty to assist Your Honour by leading all relevant evidence that has been able to be gathered. And I emphasise all relevant evidence, not just evidence that favours a particular interest or which tends to establish a particular theory or scenario. As Your Honour knows, we are independent and do not represent any particular interest or party. The purpose of this opening statement is to provide an outline of the evidence that is expected to be adduced in these proceedings. That evidence will take the form of written statements, documents, photographs and expert reports, and also evidence that will be obtained orally from certain witnesses. I will also, in the course of outlining the evidence, refer to a number of the important issues which Your Honour will, I expect, be required to consider and make findings in relation to. The purpose of outlining the expected evidence and the anticipated issues is to assist Your Honour, and of course the parties and the members of the Tathra community, to better comprehend the evidence as it is adduced and better understand how that evidence relates to the issues. It should be stressed at the outset, again for the benefit of those not familiar with proceedings of this nature, that what is said in this outline is not itself evidence. Rather, as I have said, it is the expected or anticipated evidence. Much of the outline that I'm about to give is based on the evidence of certain witnesses, which is recorded in statements and reports. This evidence has not yet been tested or fully explored before Your Honour. The evidence of witnesses recorded in statements, for example, has not been explored in oral questioning, including questioning by the representatives of the various parties before Your Honour. Likewise, it is important to stress that any views or impressions that I might convey in this opening about, for example, what can be deduced or inferred from a document are nothing more than provisional or tentative views and impressions. No firm conclusions have been made about such matters. They must be considered in the context of the evidence in its entirety once it is led and explored in the course of the inquiry. Your Honour, leave to appear at the inquiry has been granted to a number of interested parties. A group of some 398 persons who own property affected by the fire, the Rural Fire Service, Fire and Rescue New South Wales, Essential Energy, a state-owned electricity infrastructure company which owns, maintains and operates the electrical distribution network for much of New South Wales, Aspland Australia, a tree and agriculture services company engaged by Essential Energy to manage vegetation in the vicinity of some of its electrical infrastructure assets. Pinnacle Arbo Pro, a company that provided vegetation management and scoping services to Aspland Australia. The National Parks and Wildlife Service, the Bega Valley Shire Council and the Forestry Corporation of New South Wales. Those assisting have circulated a proposed list of issues to be explored at the inquiry. It is not a pleading and the Court is not bound by it, but it is nevertheless intended to provide a guide as to the issues to be explored and to set some parameters for the inquiry. The issues identified as likely to be of importance to the inquiry can be divided into four broad categories. First, the origin and cause of the fire. Secondly, the management of relevant electrical infrastructure. Thirdly, the management of fuel loads in the forest in the Bega Valley area in the period leading up to the fire. And fourthly, the response of emergency services to the fire. Each of those issues will involve a number of sub-issues. First, the origin and cause of the fire is likely to involve an exploration of the role played by electrical infrastructure, in particular electrical infrastructure in an easement that runs in a northeasterly direction in the vicinity of 580 Reedy Swamp Road. Reedy Swamp, in the ignition of the fire, together with the vegetation surrounding that infrastructure, Secondly, the issues relating to the electrical infrastructure will include a consideration of both the infrastructure's inbuilt safeguards and the management of vegetation surrounding it. Thirdly, the issue of fuel load management will include an assessment of whether additional hazard reduction burns or other measures ought to have been implemented in the Bega Valley region to reduce the risk of bushfire. And fourthly, the emergency services response aspect of the inquiry will touch upon issues such as planning for the possibility of fire, the communication of heightened fire risk to communities, and the response of the fire by the RFS once it had commenced. Finally, it will be necessary for the Court to consider, under Section 82 of the Coroners Act, whether any recommendations regarding matters connected with the fire are necessary or desirable. Matters likely to arise for consideration in that respect might relate to, for example, the management of vegetation in the vicinity of electrical infrastructure, the settings applicable to electrical infrastructure on high fire risk days, or matters relating to the response of emergency services agencies. Your Honour, I now come to the start of the fire and the conditions on 18 March 2018. 18 March 2018 was extremely hot and dry, particularly when you consider that it was well after the end of summer. By 10:16 a.m. it was over 30 degrees and the relative humidity was 37%. As at 12 p.m, the temperature in Bega was 37.1 degrees, with relative humidity sitting at about 18%. It was also very windy. The average wind speed at midday was 35 kilometres per hour, with gusts of up to 50 kilometres per hour. By 1 p.m, the average wind speed had increased to 44 kilometres per hour, and wind gusts were up to 72 kilometres per hour in a generally northwesterly direction. Indeed, fire crews reported that it was so windy that, later in the day, as they attempted to travel into Tathra, the roadway was blocked in a number of places by trees that had fallen in the wind. A total fire ban was in place for the far south coast of New South Wales that day. The Forest Fire Danger Index, or FDDI, as recorded at the Bega Automatic Weather Station, peaked at 1 p.m. at 55. At Merimbula, the peak occurred at 1:30 p.m, where a FFDI of 52 was calculated. This placed the FFDI in the severe range. While there are two higher fire gradings, being extreme and catastrophic, it is very unusual for severe fire readings to be recorded that late in the bushfire season. We expect that the Court will be told that the FFDI readings on 18 March 2018 were, at that time, the highest on record for March and autumn. Conditions that day were highly conducive to the ignition and spread of wildfire. At about 12:23 p.m, a member of the public, Robert Russell, who had seen a thin wisp of smoke which turned a darker colour a few minutes before, telephoned his wife to tell her what he had seen. At 12:26 p.m, Donald Hay, a member of the public who has sadly passed in the period since the fire, telephoned 000 at 12:26 p.m. to report the fire. At 12:27 p.m, Mr Wayne O'Brien, who lives at 558 Reedy Swamp Road, received a call from a friend who told him that there was a heap of smoke over behind his house. Mr O'Brien looked out his window and could see smoke over the ridgeline. He got in his ute and drove to the driveway of 580 Reedy Swamp Road at the base of the easement. He looked up the easement and saw fire in the vicinity of an anthill between the second and third power pole. Mr O'Brien will give evidence at the inquiry which, given he was the first person on the scene, is likely to assist the Court in identifying the precise area of origin of the fire. The Court will also hear evidence from 4 other lay witnesses who observed the early stages of the fire, including Miss Alison Christensen, who took a photograph of a very large smoke column in the vicinity of the easement at 12:33 p.m. Mr Hamish Dean, who observed the early stages of the fire from the top of the easement, and Mr Alan Hull, who saw a tree burning in the easement soon after the fire began. Your Honour, I'd like to now go to an overview map, if I may, to demonstrate where the easement sits in relation to the township of Tathra. It's found as attachment 3 to the statement of Detective Senior Sergeant Harris, page 538 of the brief of evidence. Now, Your Honour will see, I don't know whether that can be magnified for those in courtroom 2 and elsewhere, but Your Honour will see in the top left-hand corner the identification of where 380 Reedy Swamp Road is. That is a house.
Just for counsel, in Court 2, it's page 380, volume 1.
Thank you, Your Honour.
And then, Your Honour, you'll see a label, Reedy Swamp Road. That's a road that runs through part of the forest that Your Honour sees there and around to 380. And then Your Honour will see a line running up towards Reedy Swamp Road, and that's the relevant power line easement, that slither of what appears to be a break in the forest. And then Your Honour, as Your Honour moves down to the bottom of the image, Your Honour will see the Bega River, and Your Honour will, I apprehend, receive some evidence in relation to when the fire jumped the river. And then, of course, Your Honour sees the township of Tathra in the bottom right-hand corner. Could I now take Your Honour to attachment 4 of Detective Senior Sergeant's statement, which is a street map of Tathra, just to orient Your Honour.
What page number did you say that was in?
At 381, Your Honour.
Thank you.
And Your Honour will receive evidence throughout the inquiry as to where particular parts of the township of Tathra was subject to ember attack and spotting, and I'll take Your Honour to that in due course. Your Honour, can I just now deal with the first response in relation to the fire? At 12:28 p.m, Fire and Rescue New South Wales Fire Communications received notification of a fire. A number of key members of the RFS participated in a conference call in which the preliminary information regarding the fire was relayed. At 12:29 p.m, various local RFS brigade members began to be notified of the fire by text message and paging. They assembled at their fire stations in Tarranganda, Bega, Jalat and began to make their way to the fire. It appears that the first crews arrived between about 12:40 p.m. and 12:50 p.m. At about 1:01 p.m, a notification was distributed to Fire and Rescue New South Wales officers, some of whom were already at the station. Shortly after 1 p.m, a crew of Fire and Rescue New South Wales officers departed the Bega Fire Station to Reedy Swamp Road. The inquiry will hear evidence from a number of the early responding RFS officers who will speak both to what they saw in the easement, which might assist with the coroner's determination of cause and origin, as well as what they did in an attempt to suppress the fire. The fire quickly became too large for the RFS to establish viable containment lines. Containment lines are only employed with fires up to a metre high or thereabouts, but very quickly this fire progressed to a height of 5 or 6 metres, and in some places all the way to the tree canopies. The fire progressed with such ferocity as to place fire crews in significant danger. One fire crew was overrun by fire and had to deploy sprinklers on their truck while they travelled through approximately 100 metres of fire. New South Wales Police Senior Forensic Investigator, Detective Senior Sergeant Harris, observes in his statement that a fire's path and the extent of its spread will be influenced by 3 main factors: weather conditions, especially wind. Detective Harris says fire spreads significantly further and faster with the wind. Topography. Perhaps counterintuitively, Your Honour, fire spreads faster when it is travelling up a hill. And fuel. The amount, type and arrangement of vegetation with impact on the rate and intensity of fire spread. A fire will spread further and faster in fine dry fuels than it will if the potential fuel load is damp or comprised principally of large trees. Unfortunately, on this day, it was extremely windy. There was an there was an abundance of dry fuel and the fire started part of the way up a slope, so it began by running uphill, building intensity as it went. Fire will tend to progress in a V shape from the origin with the prevailing wind and or up a slope. After starting the fire, it travelled rapidly towards the Bega River, which is approximately 1 kilometre to the west of Tathra. At the point where the fire met the water, the Bega River is about 100 metres wide. Fire can also spread by way of what is known as an ember attack. That occurs where small pieces of burning vegetation, such as leaves or bark, that is embers, are lifted into the air by rising hot air from the fire and are carried forward of the main fire via the prevailing winds. Such embers are capable of being carried very long distances and causing spot fires many kilometres away from the main fire front. The evidence will show that it was likely an ember attack that allowed the fire to jump the Bega River. Aerial observation shows that the fire burnt right to the edge of the river on both sides. Shortly after the fire jumped the river, the town of Tathra came, to use the words of an RFS volunteer, under siege by embers falling from the sky. The main fire front began to impact on streets, including Wildlife Drive, Panorama Drive, Ocean View Terrace, which rapidly were overcome by smoke and flame, such that it was too dangerous for firefighting units to work there. There were also spot fires driven by extreme spotting or unusually large embers. That spotting saw the fire impact the town in unpredictable ways and resulted in significant fire activity, even towards the coast and away from the main fire front. We expect the court will hear that the varying demands on emergency response teams were such that they were reduced to an approach that was purely reactive in nature. Resources were simply being sent to new calls as they became available. Every single available brigade was deployed. I'd now like to take you on to some photographs of one of the eyewitnesses who took some photographs shortly after the fire commenced. This is a photograph from Ms. Alison Christensen. What's the page number?
She goes down. Her statement's at 9:33. I'll have to bring up the page numbers.
Can you give me the page numbers? And I'll just... There were a number of that were taken over a period of time. I might just ask my instructing solicitor to bring those up if it's convenient. Now that's looking across towards the easement, Your Honour. And Your Honour will see the development and the evolution of the fire and its progression throughout the course of the day. Can I then next take Your Honour to the fire progression map, which is attachment 5 to Detective Senior Sergeant Harris's statement at page 382 of the brief of evidence. Your Honour will see in the top left-hand corner, which is the area of likely origin where the easement is located. The prevailing wind, Your Honour, was generally northwesterly direction, and Your Honour sees that it's run in a south-easterly direction towards the township of Tathra. And then, Your Honour, if I can take Your Honour to the line scans that were taken at different times in the afternoon of the 18th of March. And again, Your Honour, we'll hear evidence in relation to these line scans from relevant witnesses. If we just go back to the first one, that I think was taken at 3:42 p.m. Again, the heel of the fire is towards that area that's shaded purple, which is in the area of the Reedy Swamp easement. And again, Your Honour sees where it's jumped the Bega River heading towards Tathra. And then I think there's one other at 5:42, which is the next one. But I apprehend Your Honour will hear some evidence in relation to those throughout the course of the inquiry. Can I now deal, Your Honour, with conditions as the day progressed? Weather conditions, as recorded at the Bega Automatic Weather Station, remained highly conducive to fire throughout the afternoon. At 1 p.m, the temperature was 37 degrees. Wind was an average of 44 kilometres per hour with gusts of 72 kilometres per hour in a northwesterly direction. The temperature peaked at 38.6 degrees at 2:02 p.m. The temperature remained consistently very high. 38.4 degrees was recorded at 3 p.m. The average wind speed peaked at 50 kilometres per hour at 12:40 p.m, and wind gusts of up to 52 kilometres per hour were still being recorded at 6 p.m. that evening. Relative humidity stayed below 25% until 7 p.m, at which time it was still 29 degrees. There was a marked shift between 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m, with the temperature dropping to 22.2 degrees, humidity increasing to 50% and wind speed decreasing to 8 kilometres per hour, with gusts of 15 kilometres per hour in a northeasterly direction. Section 44 of the Rural Fires Act of 1997 provides that the Commissioner of the RFS is to take charge of bushfire fighting operations and fire prevention measures, and take such measures as the Commissioner considers necessary to control or suppress any bushfire. If, in the opinion of the Commissioner, the fire has or is likely to assume such proportions as to be incapable of control or suppression by the local firefighting authority or authorities, or B, the prevailing conditions are conducive to the outbreak of a bushfire likely to assume such proportions, or C, a bushfire is not being effectively controlled by the local firefighting authority, or D, a bushfire is burning in a place that is not the responsibility of any firefighting authority. Pursuant to Section 44, subsection 2, the Commissioner may delegate his or her functions to a member of the RFS, a person employed in Fire and Rescue New South Wales, a person employed in the Department of Industry, Skills and Regional Development, the Office of Environmental Heritage, or any other person. A declaration was made under Section 44 of the Rural Fires Act at 5:20 p.m. on the 18th of March 2018. The declaration delegated the Commissioner's functions to Mark Williams, a superintendent of the RFS, and appointed him Incident Controller. Superintendent John Cullen of the RFS, Alan Henderson of National Parks Wildlife, and Superintendent Gary Tighe of Fire and Rescue New South Wales were all appointed Deputy Incident Controllers. At 7 p.m, the firefighting resources deployed in the Bega area peaked. At that time, the RFS had deployed 15 heavy units, 19 light units, and 6 aviation assets. At the same time, Fire and Rescue New South Wales had 13 appliances in use, National Parks and Wildlife had 3 light units, and the Forestry Corporation of New South Wales was employing 5 light units and 1 heavy unit. Rural Fire Services reports indicate that there were 6 additional fires burning in the broader region on the 18th of March 2020. 3 of those fires were ultimately determined to have commenced via interaction with an electrical acid. Resources were extremely stretched. Every single RFS brigade in the area was mobilised. Due to the number of incidents, there was little opportunity to develop a comprehensive strategy. Officers fought the fire long into the night. Some of the first responding officers did not return home until the early hours of the next morning. Fortunately, there were no recorded deaths or serious injuries resulting from the fire. Ambulance New South Wales records suggest that 4 patients were treated for smoke inhalation. At least one of those patients also suffered some minor burns in the course of trying to save her house. The building impact analysis prepared by the RFS on the 21st of March recorded that 65 houses had been destroyed and 48 damaged. A large number of caravans, in the order of 35, were also recorded as destroyed. Strikeforce Butea investigators later calculated the total number of houses destroyed as 56, having regard to information from the Insurance Council of Australia, the Bega Valley Shire Council Public Works documents, amongst other material. The fact that no one lost their life in the fire was remarkable, given the ferocity of the fire and the spread and indiscriminate nature of its attack on Tathra. Your Honour, I'd now like to show you a short section of video of Wildlife Drive Tathra, if that could please be played. photograph is the drone footage, Your Honour, that shows some of the buildings that were destroyed, and it shows the indiscriminate nature of the Ember attack that fell in that part of the town of Tathra. Your Honour, there's one further short footage taken from a drone in relation to Thompson Drive and the damage that was sustained in that part of Thompson Drive. Tab 3C for those who are looking to locate it. Your Honour, I now turn to the issue of origin and cause of the fire. On 19 March 2018, detectives from the State Crime Command Arson Unit attended the Bega area and began work on investigating the origin and cause of the fire, together with local detectives under the umbrella of Strike Force Butea. Police investigations occurred in concert with an investigation by the Rural Fire Service led by Mr Angus Barnes. As I've already observed, there are a number of reports suggesting that the fire had begun in or around a power line easement running up a hill in a northeasterly direction in the vicinity of 580 Reedy Swamp Road, Reedy Swamp. An aerial examination of the fire ground conducted on the morning of 20 March 2018 by investigators, together with an assessment of indicators on the ground level and line scan images taken by the RFS, were consistent with these reports. Accordingly, the easement became the focus of investigations into the origin and cause of the fire. There were 4 timber power poles located in the easement between the driveway to 580 Reedy Swamp Road and the top of the easement. There are also 2 other power poles located below those 4 poles to the southwest. For ease of reference, we will refer to the power poles in and around the easement by using the letters ascribed to each of them by investigators. The pole closest to the driveway of 580 Reedy Swamp Road was labelled A, with poles B, C and D being the 3 poles northeast or uphill of pole A. The 2 poles located southwest of the driveway to number 580 were labelled E and F. Those also were ascribed numbers by Essential Energy, and they corresponded as follows. Investigators' pole label number A bore the pole number ascribed by Essential Energy of 63638. Pole B bore the number 63639. Pole C bore the number 63640. Pole D bore the number 63641. Pole E bore the number 63637. And pole F bore the number 63636. The power poles carried 2 copper 11,000 volt power transmission lines. We'll use the numbering adopted by the investigators to refer to these 2 lines. The line on the northwest side of the poles, that is the side closest to the house at 580 Reedy Swamp Road, will be referred to as line 1. The other line on the southeast side of the poles will be referred to as line 2. There was a significant distance between some of the power poles. The span between pole A and B, for example, was 142 metres or thereabouts, and pole B and C was in the order of 109 metres. After reaching the top of the easement, which connects with Reedy Swamp Road, the electrical infrastructure serviced 2 properties, first at 631 Reedy Swamp Road and then 587 Reedy Swamp Road. The vegetation in that area was a dry sclerophyll forest. Forests of that type are typically dominated by various species of eucalypt. I'd now like to take you on to a satellite overview of the easement, which is found at page 59 of the statement to Detective Alcanz's statement. Your Honour, I don't know whether we can magnify that, but Your Honour will see that there's a pin, a red pin, location pin. That's 580 Reedy Swamp Road, and then Your Honour sees the full length of the easement running from 580 up to the top of the hill, which is where it meets the road, which is Reedy Swamp Road. We also have an aerial image of the easement, just found at page 94 of Detective Alcanz's statement, and that's taken after the fire. And then finally, there's some drone footage. Your Honour, just pausing there if I may, Your Honour will see letters A, B, C and D. They are the relevant power poles. Your Honour will see that the road towards where pole A is labelled takes a little turn to the left. That takes a path down to the house at 580 Reedy Swamp Road. And Your Honour will have an appreciation of the distance between pole A and pole B, and then not as great between pole B and C. And then there's just one other piece of video that I'd quickly like to show, Your Honour. Page 63 of Detective. Right, I might move on, Your Honour. The inquiry will include some consideration of electrical faults, how they might lead to fire, and the systems in place to detect faults and shut off power where they have occurred. Essential Energy's infrastructure included protection for faults via an 11,000 volt circuit recloser identified with the number 15R11972, located on the feeder line that supplied power to the easement infrastructure. A recloser is an electric switch, in this case contained in a metal box mounted to a power pole. It includes fault detection and measurement capabilities and a circuit breaker that allows electrical power to be shut off when a fault occurs. The relevant recloser was programmed to operate remotely, and its settings could be adjusted from Essential Energy's system control rooms in Port Macquarie and Canberra. The term recloser is used because when electrical faults occur in rural areas, they are typically transient, so the system is ordinarily designed to reclose a set number of seconds after a fault has occurred in an attempt to restore power. Normally, a recloser system is programmed to attempt to reclose the circuit 3 or 4 times. If the fault is still present after those attempts, the circuit breaker will lock out, such that the circuit will remain open and no power will be delivered. If that occurs, it will be necessary, at least according to Essential Energy's policy, for a physical observation of the power infrastructure to occur before power is restored. There are 2 main categories of fault the recloser's protection system is designed to detect. First, overcurrent faults, which arise where the fault current is higher than the normal operating current in the system. This is usually caused by what is known by a phase-to-phase fault, which may occur when 2 lines come into contact with each other, either directly or via some kind of conducting object, such as a green tree branch. Secondly, earth faults, where there is a fault between one phase and the earth. Here, the fault involves a current lower than the normal rated load for the line. Such faults can occur in 2 main ways. First, where a tree falls on a line but remains connected to the base stump in the ground. If there is some moisture in the wood, this will allow a low level of electrical current to pass through the tree. In that event, the points of contact between the tree and the live conductor is likely to produce considerable sparking or electrical arcing. That sparking in turn would be expected to heat the relevant tree branches, creating flaming embers that will fall to the ground and may ignite fire in vegetation there. Secondly, where the power line breaks for some reason, for example, contact with a tree, and the live conductor falls to the ground. This will cause a low current to pass into the ground. Depending on the nature of the surface and vegetation, resulting electrical arcing may lead to the ignition of a fire. The recloser includes 2 fault modes regarding earth faults, an earth fault mode and a sensitive earth fault mode. Both detect earth faults, but sensitive earth fault protection is designed to be triggered by lower fault currents. In this case, a sensitive earth fault with a current above 6 amps was detected at recloser 15R11972 at 12:19 p.m. and 38.249 seconds. 6.049 seconds later, at 12:19 p.m. and 44.298 seconds, the recloser operated to shut off the power to the lines. During that 6 seconds, power continued to run. We anticipate that the evidence will show that the fire started in that 6-second period as a result of that fault somewhere in the power line easement running in a northeasterly direction near 580 Reedy Swamp Road. There is, however, likely to be a significant issue as to precisely how that fault came about. In an attempt to address questions relating to the origin and cause of the fire and associated matters regarding the practices and procedures of various of the interested parties, the court will hear evidence from a number of expert witnesses. Detective Senior Sergeant Craig Harris, an investigator from the Forensic Evidence and Technical Services Command, Crime Scene Services Branch of the New South Wales Police Force; Angus Barnes, a fire investigator with the RFS; Marcus Lodge, an arborist who was engaged by those assisting to provide evidence regarding trees suspected to have been involved in the fire, as well as the question of whether the vegetation in the area of the easement had been appropriately managed; Andrew Norman, also an arborist who conducted an inspection of the trees in the easement shortly after the fire; Paul Demar, a consultant with expertise in land, vegetation and bushfire risks management; and Trevor Blackburn, an electrical engineer. The court may also hear evidence from a further electrical engineer retained by Essential Energy. We have not yet received a report from that expert, but we anticipate that one will be provided during the course of this inquiry. Detective Senior Sergeant Harris, along with Inspector Barnes, attended the easement on the afternoon of 19 March 2018. The following morning, they undertook an aerial examination of the fireground. Detective Harris also had regard to the fire progression maps produced by the RFS. The investigators tracked the fire damage to the northwest from Tathra to Reedy swamp area. The fire damage stopped about 200 metres northwest of the easement. Having regard to the fire progression maps, the prevailing wind conditions and the nature of the forest in the area burnt by the fire, Detective Harris formed the view that the most likely area of origin for the fire was in the Reedy swamp area. He attended the Reedy swamp area on 20 March 2018 and, together with Inspector Barnes, began an examination of the fireground, being at a point off Reedy Swamp Road, to the east of the top of the power line easement. Investigators began to track the run of the fire by reference to fire burn indicators, that is, physical objects that display changes as a result of exposure to heat, flame and byproducts of combustion, and fire patterns, physical changes formed by fire effect, including an overall pattern of fire spread determined by reference to the entirety of fire indicators over a large area. In the course of that investigation, Detective Harris observed fire pattern indicators at a number of those locations. Those indicators suggested that the fire had moved in a generally southeasterly direction. Shortly after 5 p.m. that day, that is the 20th of March, Detective Harris suspended his investigation of the fireground. Detective Harris recommenced his examination the following day. The indicators generally showed the fire moving in a southeasterly direction from the easement in the vicinity of Pole B. Detective Harris noted that there were 4 trees that had fallen into the easement and may have struck power lines. Those trees were numbered 1 through to 4 by investigators. Tree 1 was located between poles A and B, opposite the premises at 580 Reedy Swamp Road. The remains of the stump of tree 1 were located 9.8 metres southeast of the pole alignment. The highest remaining point of the tree was 17.8 metres from the stump. There were no areas of protection on the ground where tree 1 had fallen, suggesting that the ground underneath it had been burnt before the tree hit the ground. Tree 2 had fallen from the southeast side of the easement, with the upper portion of the tree resting against pole B. The stump of the tree was 9.2 metres southeast from the pole alignment. The highest remaining portion of the tree was 19.1 metres from the stump. The stump of the tree and the first 4 metres of the trunk had completely burnt away. Both conductor lines 1 and 2 were tangled underneath the trunk and branches of the tree. There were fragments of broken ceramic insulator lying on the ground. Those did not appear to have been affected by fire, and there were no areas of protection on the ground underneath them. Tree 3 had fallen from the southeast side of the easement towards the track and power lines. The remains of the stump were 15.8 metres southeast of the pole alignment. The highest remaining point of the tree was 20.1 metres from the stump. There were no power lines either underneath or on top of tree 3. Tree 4 had also fallen from the southeast of the easement. The upper branches had broken into a number of pieces. The stump of the tree was 21.2 metres southeast of the pole alignment. The highest contact point of the tree was 18.9 metres from the stump. After fitting a number of the broken branches to their original location, Detective Harris determined that the tree was a minimum of 21.5 metres tall at the time it fell. He states that it is likely that the tree was taller than this given the numerous broken branches that were not able to be reconstructed. Conductor line 2 was on the ground underneath a section of tree 4. There was a section of conductor line 2 in the area of tree 4 that had a severe kink and a number of separated wire strands. Detective Harris concluded that tree 1 had fallen after the fire had passed through the area because the break of the trunk from the stump was not affected by fire, the ground under the tree was burnt and there were no areas of protection under the tree. Part of conductor line 1 was located under the trunk of the tree, suggesting that the line had fallen before or at the same time as the tree. In respect of tree 2, Detective Harris concluded it had fallen after the initial fire had passed the area because there were no areas of protection under tree 2, the lack of fire damage to the trunk and upper branches of tree 2, the absence of fire damage to the fragments of ceramic insulator, and the fact that the ground under the ceramic insulator fragments had not been protected. In respect of tree 3, Detective Harris concluded it had fallen after the initial fire had passed the area because there were no areas of protection where the tree was in contact with the ground. The trunk of the tree was damaged by fire, but the mid and upper sections of the tree and branches were not affected by fire, while the surrounding ground was, and the break of the trunk from the stump was not affected by fire. In respect of tree 4, Detective Harris concluded that it had fallen to the ground before the initial fire moved through the area, hitting line 2 on its way down and causing it to fall, while also hitting line 1 but not bringing it down because the total length of the tree, when reconstructed, was sufficient for the tree to have impacted the lines when it fell. The stump of the tree was severely damaged by fire and showed no clean breaks. There were areas of protection under the tree. Conductor line 2 was under a section of a branch. The severe kink in conductor line 2 is consistent with an object striking it with significant force, and the slight kink in conductor number 1 line is consistent with an object striking it with low to moderate force. With the assistance of essential energy personnel, a number of items of electrical infrastructure were removed from the easement. Those items included the insulators and lines from the easement, as well as high voltage fuses from pole B and the transformer from pole B. In early August of 2018, Detective Harris conducted an examination of the power line infrastructure. At the same time, the infrastructure was examined by Professor Trevor Blackburn, as I said earlier, an electrical engineer. We expect that Detective Harris will express the view that the fire originated in the easement between pole B and pole D between midday and 12:30 p.m. on 18 March 2018. That conclusion is based on his tracking of the fire to the area of the easement and the early reports of fire in the easement. As for the cause of the fire, we apprehend Detective Harris will likely express the view that the fire was caused by an event involving the power line infrastructure. Specifically, he is of the view that the fire was caused by tree 4 falling onto the line between pole C and pole D in the easement at or about 12:19 p.m, causing a power line to fall to the ground and ignite a fire in dry fuel in the easement. Angus Barnes, an RFS Regional Operations Officer specialising in fire investigation, also conducted an investigation of the fire's cause and origin in parallel with Detective Harris. During the aerial examination by helicopter on 20 March 2018, Mr Barnes sought to plot the various runs of the fire on a map. In doing so, he noted that from the air over the town of Tathra, it was possible to identify a number of areas where the fire was of greater intensity. The flight followed these runs of fire towards an area where the fire crossed the Bega River and then further to the northwest to where the fire damage in the tree canopy had reduced, making tracking of the fire from the air more difficult. An area to commence a ground examination was identified, and so, following the flight, Mr Barnes, along with Detective Harris, commenced examining the ground from a set of timber stockyards adjacent to Reedy Swamp Road. Mr Barnes sought to examine indicators of the fire's spread using what is referred to as a serpentine search pattern. The examination continued until light faded. Investigators returned the following day and picked the search up where they had left off. Mr Barnes noticed at this time that there had been some rain overnight, which degraded some indicators of the fire's directional spread, namely white ash deposits on trees and non-combustible objects. Other indicators, including in relation to the angle of char, foliage freeze and indicators of protection, were still identifiable. Mr Barnes was able to track these indicators to an area where the fire crossed the power line track. He states that within the specific area of origin, he observed a power pole labelled as B. In the area of pole B, Mr Barnes found a number of indicators of fire advancing at high intensity away from the pole, up the hill, and indicators of backing fire heading down the hill away from pole B. We expect that Mr Barnes will give evidence that his observations of the fire tracking path on a macro level were also consistent with an origin in the area of pole B. In view of his exclusion of other potential causes, including lightning, campfire, smoking, equipment use, deliberate arson, Mr Barnes determined that the fire started directly under power lines in the vicinity of pole B. Mr Barnes' reports do not express a concluded view in relation to which, if any, of the trees in the easement might have been the cause of the fire. Notably, however, Mr Barnes concluded that tree 2 fell after the fire started, as there was complete combustion of material under it. In a supplementary report provided under cover of a statement dated 28 March 2019, Mr Barnes expresses a view that tree 4 fell prior to the start of the fire. Both Detective Harris and Inspector Barnes undertook a consideration of whether the fire might have been caused by something other than the electrical infrastructure. Neither investigator found any evidence of possible ignition sources other than the downed power lines. There was no evidence of human activity in the area of the easement immediately prior to the fire. There was not, for example, any evidence of cigarettes, campfire or similar matters. No fragments of copper or molten copper were found on the ground in the easement. This suggests that the fire had not been caused by the lines striking each other and arcing. A review of available lightning strike data for the Bega area between midnight on the 15th of March and 11:59 p.m. on the 18th of March shows that there were no strikes that could have caused the fire. Detective Harris reports that he observed no physical evidence of lightning strikes in the area of origin of the fire. The inquiry has obtained expert reports from two arborists, Mr Andrew Norman and Mr Marcus Lodge. Both reports touch upon matters relevant to the origin and cause. Mr Lodge's report also addresses the management of vegetation in and around the easement. We will return to that aspect of his report later. Mr Lodge will give evidence that each of the 4 trees in the easement was likely dead at the time of the fire. Mr Lodge is not able to assess when tree 1 died. In Mr Lodge's view, tree 2 and tree 3, given the level of desiccation, loss of bark on branches and lack of smaller branches, was such that those trees had been dead for more than 2 years and possibly somewhere between 5 and 10 years. In respect of tree 4, had no bark on its trunk and its timber was desiccated and dry. it is likely to have died at least 5 years prior to the fire. Mr Lodge will also give evidence as to the apparent cause of failure of each of the trees. In his report he observed, tree 1 appears to have failed at the base as a result of fire damage to a pre-existing area of decay. Tree 2 similarly failed at the base. In Mr Lodge's view, it is likely that the tree was damaged at the base by termite activity, which allowed the fire to burn both the internal wood and the bark, resulting in the tree's failure. Tree 3 also failed at the base. Again, there was evidence of termite activity. It appeared to Mr Lodge that hollowing at the base of the trunk allowed the internal timber to be burnt, which in turn led to the tree's failure. According to Mr Lodge, tree 4 also failed at the base. The bottom portion of the trunk had been completely burnt away. Mr Lodge suggests that the extent to which the trunk had burnt away may indicate that the level of decay in the trunk was greater than that in the other trees. Mr Lodge's report does not conclusively point to any one of the trees as the cause of the fire. It does establish that each of the trees were dead and likely significantly weakened by termite infestation or other decay. The other arborist, Mr Norman, conducted a visual assessment of the trees in situ in the easement on the 21st of March 2018. The observations in his report regarding each of the 4 trees might be summarised as follows. Tree 1, released from the base at ground level. It likely died between 2 and 5 years before the fire. Tree 2 also likely died between 2 and 5 years prior to the fire. The tree failed from the base, and termite damage was likely a causal factor in the tree's failure and the collapse of the trunk. Tree 3 likely died between 2 and 4 years before the fire. The cause of tree 3's failure was root plate release that occurred after the fire had damaged the tree. Mr Norman reached this conclusion because there are unburnt roots present at the base of the tree. Tree 4 appears to have been dead for at least 4 years. It had wounding on the remaining base of the tree that was consistent with some decay and deterioration in wood tissue. It also had what Mr Norman described as a bow, which suggests a weight bias in the direction of fall. Mr Paul DeMar's report, who's a vegetation consultant, also addresses questions regarding the fire's cause and origin. Having regard to a number of indicators, including an analysis of the line scan images regarding the fire's spread and the lack of evidence of other smoke columns upwind of the easement, Mr DeMar agrees with Detective Harris and Mr Barnes' conclusions that the fire started in the electrical easement. As to the specific mechanism of fire origin, Mr DeMar noted that patches of unburnt ground cover vegetation corresponding to the location of uncharted patches on tree 4 suggests that it was already on the ground when it came to be impacted by fire. Mr DeMar asserts with regard to that fact that tree 4 was the first of the trees to fall, and accordingly the break in the line between poles C and D associated with the impact of tree 4 was likely the first to occur. Ultimately, Mr DeMar concludes that the most likely cause of the fire was a phase-to-earth fault resulting from tree 4 falling on and breaking conductor line 2 between poles C and D in the easement. After falling to the ground, Mr DeMar considers that line 2 would likely have discharged electrical energy into the ground, where there was likely small pieces of dead vegetation which, given the very hot and dry conditions, would have been highly susceptible to ignition. Trevor Blackburn, a professor of electrical engineering, conducted an examination of the electrical infrastructure after it had been removed from the easement. He also considered a range of materials in the brief, including material relating to the 4 trees and Essential Energy's records regarding the operation of the recloser. While he agreed with Mr DeMar and Detective Harris that the fire started in the easement as a result of an interaction between vegetation and the electrical infrastructure, Professor Blackman ultimately reached a different conclusion as to the specific mechanism by which the fire started. In Professor Blackburn's opinion, the fire was likely caused by the impact of Tree 2 on the electrical infrastructure at Pole B. Professor Blackburn's opinion was based on a number of factors. Broken fragments of insulator were found under Pole B. Those fragments appeared to belong to one of the insulators atop of Pole B, which had suffered damage consistent with the application of blunt force. The height of Tree 2, approximately 19.1 metres, compared to its distance from Pole B, about 9.2 metres, and the apparent impact between it and the insulator suggests that the branches of the cross arms of Pole B, which had both a higher and a lower set of cross arms, caused the tree to be held up against the pole for a period of time after it fell. The contact between Tree 2 and Pole B, according to Professor Blackburn, was likely such that the tree was in contact with the lines at Pole B for some tens of seconds at least. This would have resulted in some current passing through the tree to earth at the stump, and perhaps also some contact with the transformer on the pole. Professor Blackburn states that the net result of this would have been that there was some level of what he describes as leakage current going to earth. That, in turn, would have generated burning embers that fell and ignited grass on the ground under Pole B while the tree was still held up. Tree 4 was estimated to be 21.5 metres in height, but was 21.2 metres from Pole C. A calculation of the distance from the stump to line 2, assuming a pole height of 8 metres, would have been approximately 21.7 metres, meaning, in Professor Blackburn's view, that there may not have been significant contact between Tree 4 and the line. There was no evidence of significant arcing of the conductors, which would, in his view, rule out a phase-to-phase fault involving a clash between the conductors as the cause of the fire. Finally, Professor Blackburn observes that the technical electrical information drawn from the recloser points to Tree 2 as the source of ignition. While fallen conductors are a well-known cause of fire ignition, it is difficult for electrical protection systems to detect such faults because they are typically associated with a very low fault current level. Professor Blackburn notes that while it is possible that Tree 4 may have caused conductors to fall, and this may have caused ignition before the Pole B event, it would not have been sufficient to operate the recloser protection. In that respect, Professor Blackburn is of the view that the grounding of the line between poles C and D that occurred as a result of Tree 4 striking line 2 is likely to have resulted in a total fault current of only 1 to 2 amps. Professor Blackburn considers that such a fault current would be sufficient to start a fire, however, would take tens of seconds to do so and would not cause the electrical protection relay at the recloser to operate the circuit breaker. Would not have reflected anywhere near the 15 amps of fault current that was recorded by the recloser. In a supplementary report, Professor Blackburn also made reference to earth stakes associated with Pole B. That is a metal stake driven into the ground near the pole. As a result of the presence of these stakes, of which there are more than one, obviously, in Professor Blackburn's view, an arcing fault at Pole B would have generated a significant earth fault current, sufficient to trigger the circuit breaker. Professor Blackburn contrasts this with the much lower current level likely to have resulted in the Tree 4 scenario from the contact between the line and the ground. In his second supplementary report, Professor Blackburn contends that it is indisputable, based on the recloser records, that tree number 2 must have fallen onto Pole B and must have caused a substantial earth fault current there that tripped the recloser. There is no other mechanism of earth fault involving the line conductors that could have operated the recloser protection and isolated supply to the Phase C line. While they may differ as to the precise mode by which the fire commenced, all of the expert witnesses agree that the fire resulted from the interaction between a tree and electrical infrastructure. Consequently, the extent to which the vegetation surrounding the electrical infrastructure in the easement was appropriately managed has been a key focus of the investigation. As alluded to earlier, Essential Energy engaged Asplund to provide vegetation management services. Asplund, in turn, subcontracted for the provision of scoping and cutting services to Pinnacle. There are two key categories of issues that those responsible for vegetation management in the context of power lines are required to address. The first is the maintenance of adequate clearance in accordance with minimum vegetation clearance requirements. An encroachment beyond the minimum prescribed distance is said in the Vegetation Management Common Requirement to be a Tier 1 defect. The second is the identification, as far as reasonably practicable, in the context of large electricity networks, of dead, dying or structurally unsound vegetation that would constitute a hazard to electrical infrastructure were it to fall in the direction of the infrastructure. Such hazards are referred to as Tier 2 defects. In essence, there is a distinction between growing vegetations, that is Tier 1, and falling vegetation hazards, that is Tier 2. There is a third type of hazard described as blowing hazards, namely where a piece of vegetation is blown onto a power line. However, the standards applicable to vegetation management do not require inspections to assess for such hazards. It is expected that the evidence will disclose that a light detection and ranging laser-based assessment, LiDAR, of the clearance between vegetation and power lines in the easement was conducted on 13 December 2017, namely well into the bushfire season, by network mapping. A LiDAR scan is not able to assess for possible Tier 2 defects. The results of the LiDAR assessment were not available to Essential Energy until 27 March 2018, that is more than a week after the fire. The LiDAR scan showed that the vegetation extended beyond the minimum required clearance under the ISSC 3 Guide for the Management of Vegetation in the Vicinity of Electrical Infrastructure in one location. The scan revealed one encroachment in the area between pole E and pole F. The relevant vegetation was located approximately 3.5 metres from the power line as compared to the minimum required distance of 4.5 metres. Each of the 4 trees, that is trees 1 through to 4, that fell into the easement were located further from the electrical infrastructure than is required by the minimum clearance distances provided for in the ISSC 3 guide. Accordingly, the more pressing question for the purposes of this inquiry is likely to be whether any of the 4 trees, that is trees 1 through to 4, Your Honour, should have been identified as Tier 2 defects. Between 6:49am and 7:24am on 12 December 2016, Mr Michael Jonas, who was then an employee of Pinnacle Arbour Park, conducted scoping works within the easement. That was the last time an assessment that might have been able to identify a Tier 2 defect tree that might have posed a threat to the electrical infrastructure was conducted within the easement. During the course of that inspection, none of the 4 trees to which I have referred was identified as such a defect. The question of whether those trees should probably have been so identified will be the subject of expert evidence from, in particular, Mr Demar and Mr Lodge, who were asked in their reports to address the adequacy of vegetation clearance and management in the vicinity of the easement. As concerns the vegetation management implemented in respect of the easement, Mr Demar reports in summary as follows. There was 1 or more instances of vegetation encroaching within the prescribed distances in each of the 2015-16, 2016-17 and 2017-18 bushfire seasons. None of those encroachments was causally connected to the fire. Next, the ground-based assessment of the easement undertaken in December 2016 by Mr Jonas failed to identify any of the 4 trees that ultimately fell into the easement as Tier 2 vegetation defects. In this respect, Mr Damar observes that tree 4 appears to have been located approximately 11.2 metres into the forest from the tree line. Tree 4 may not have been readily visible in accordance with the Tier 2 defect inspection standards contained in the ISSC3 guide, or the VCMR. Essential did not apply its own vegetation clearance specifications, evidenced by regrowth within the easement within the 10-metre limit. Vegetation inspections between 2015 and 2018 were conducted later than would be expected, with each inspection occurring in summer, at least 2 months after the commencement of the bushfire danger period. Clearance of problematic vegetation, therefore, did not occur until late in the bushfire danger period. Mr Lodge, for his part, concludes that there was no evidence that the vegetation surrounding the power lines transgressed the required clearances such as to qualify as a Tier 1 defect. In relation to Tier 2 defects, Mr Lodge concluded that Essential and or its subcontractors had not adequately managed the vegetation in the vicinity of the electrical infrastructure in a number of ways. 3 of the 4 trees that have failed were dead for some time, at least 2 years and possibly more than 5 years. Trees 1, 2 and 3 were located on the edge of the forest and were, in all likelihood, readily visible from the network assets, as that expression is understood in the VMCR, that is the Vegetation Management Common Requirements. Tree 4, according to Mr Lodge, may have been less visible due to its location within the forest. There were no trees directly between tree 4 and the power lines, but there are trees in close proximity to it on both sides that might have obscured a view of it. None of the trees were identified as a potential risk to the power lines. No Tier 2 defects have been recorded as a result of any of the inspections detailed in the material before this inquiry. There is a question as to whether those conducting the assessments were appropriately qualified. The persons undertaking the assessments in the easement do not appear to have held any qualifications that would have allowed them to identify Tier 2 defects. In 2016, the Bermagui Flora Reserve, the Mumbilla Flora Reserve, the Murra Flora Reserve and the Tanger Flora Reserve were amalgamated as the Murra Flora Reserve and were managed by the New South Wales Parks and Wildlife Service in accordance with the Forestry Act of 2012. The purpose of this agreement was to preserve the koala population of the 4 forests. This matter is relevant to the inquiry because the fire's path took it, in part, through the Tanger Floral Reserve. It is possible that additional fire burns in that area may have had some impact on the fire's progression. While we expect that it would not be possible for the court to determine, for example, whether such fire burns would have prevented the loss of property, the court will receive evidence in relation to the hazard burns conducted in the area of interest. In some of the relevant areas, no burns were conducted over a lengthy period. It appears, for example, that no hazard reduction burns were conducted in the Tanger Floral Reserve since at least the 2009-2010 financial year. Mr Damar's report includes a consideration of the management of fuel loads in the vicinity of Bega and Tathra as at 18 March 2018. That report concludes that the strategic fire advantage zones designated in the Bega Valley Bushfire Risk Management Plan were only partially implemented. In Mr Damar's view, most of the strategic fire advantage zones in the vicinity of Tathra did not meet their target specifications. The inquiry will also hear evidence from Mr Jeff Conway, Australian Fire Service Medal, a former Deputy Chief Officer of the Country Fire Authority. Mr Conway's evidence will include a consideration of a variety of issues relevant to the emergency services response to the fire, including the preparations made in response to the anticipated heightened fire danger on 18 March 2018, the advice provided to local communities regarding the risk of bushfire, and the response to the fire once it had commenced, including the assessment of the threat posed by the fire, the deployment of ground-based resources, the availability of aviation resources, and communications with and evacuation of residents during the course of the fire. By way of partial summary, Your Honour, Mr Conway considers that the preparations put in place in the lead up to the fire, including in relation to the availability of resources, were consistent with RFS policies and appropriately reflected the actions necessary to address the forecast risk. Community awareness programs were implemented prior to the 2017-2018 fire season, and advice was provided to the community regarding the fire risk in the days leading up to 18 March 2018. Nevertheless, the results achieved by those measures were mixed. There is some indication that increased awareness of the risk may have resulted, without translating into concrete efforts by residents to prepare for a bushfire. The situation reporting and fire spread modelling may not have kept pace with the fire's progress between about 1:30 p.m. or 2 p.m. and later in the evening. Consistent with Mr Conway's observations regarding the deterioration in situational awareness, the flow of formal advice to the community from the incident management team may not have kept pace with the development of the fire. As a result, the awareness of the community to fire development was generally independent of the formal advice flowing from the incident management team. That is to say, in Mr Conway's view, the information the community was able to gather itself was typically more accurate than that provided by the IMT. Mr Conway expressed some concerns about the sharing of information between the RFS and Fire and Rescue New South Wales in the period from about 3:30 p.m. during the course of the firefight in Tathra, as well as concerns about the coordination of the two agencies' resources, particularly later in the firefight. The communication and coordination issues between the RFS and Fire and Rescue New South Wales were the subject of a detailed consideration by Mr Mick Kelty, AO APM, in the independent review into the Bega Valley fires he conducted in 2018 for the Office of Emergency Management within the Department of Justice. In light of that review, this inquiry will not include a detailed consideration of the communication and coordination between the two firefighting bodies. Instead, it will consider whether the measures implemented by the RFS and Fire and Rescue New South Wales adequately address Mr Kelty's recommendations. In that respect, the inquiry has received a detailed joint statement from Assistant Commissioners of the RFS and Fire and Rescue New South Wales, addressing the agency's responses to the recommendations. The expert witnesses, Your Honour, have identified some matters that may, in their view, warrant the making of recommendations. Those potential recommendations relate to the settings applicable to recloses, in particular the appropriateness of a 6-second delay between the operation of the circuit breaker in conditions such as those witnessed on 18 March 2018, the obligation on scopers conducting vegetation inspections to report dead or dying trees that are tall enough to fall onto power line infrastructure, in particular whether scopers should be required to report only those trees assessed as structurally unsound or simply all dead or dying trees they observe that are tall enough to interfere with the infrastructure if they fall, the assessment protocol in relation to vegetation defects and the training and qualifications required of persons conducting such assessments. As concerned hazard reduction practices, the monitoring and reporting of the implementation of bushfire risk reduction measures specified in bushfire risk management plans. Mr Conway raises the potential need or appropriateness of recommendations regarding the perceived need for further research on how fire services can more effectively communicate risk to communities in fire-prone area, a further examination of the arrangements regarding the pre-deployment of incident management team personnel, the enhancement of incident management team, intelligent gathering capabilities, training regarding worst-case scenario planning, and communication with communities regarding bushfire threat. It will, of course, ultimately be a matter for the court whether recommendations in these respects or regarding any other matters are necessary or desirable within the meaning of Section 82 of the Coroners Act. Your Honour, a range of material in the brief suggests that the fire proved the community of Tathra to be a resilient one. They have come together after the fire and have, where possible, rebuilt their burnt-out homes, putting their lives back together in the process. While there may be lessons that can be learned from the process, from the response to the fire, the members of the various agencies involved in the response to the fire, many of whom were volunteers, should be proud of their response. Mr Conway's report includes some observations that were directed at the incident management team working at the Bega Control Centre, but apply equally to all first responders who were, as Mr Conway said, confronted by a very challenging scenario, a combination of severe weather, ongoing drought and challenging terrain made firefighting very dangerous and particularly difficult. The observed fire behaviour was well beyond direct attack strategies, and to this the multiple ignitions across the area, and we see a daunting task for fire and emergency services. There was a determined effort to protect the affected communities from the consequence of the fire on the day. No fatalities were sustained as a consequence of this fire. There was significant property loss which carries with it a particular trauma for owners, occupiers and the broader community. The incident management team, fire ground managers and firefighters should be recognised for their efforts on behalf of both residents and visitors to the area. Your Honour, finally, I should make some very brief observations about the tendering of evidence and the calling of witnesses. I will shortly call the officer in charge of the investigation, Detective Sergeant Alcanza. I expect to tender through him the brief of evidence that has been compiled by the investigation team. Certain special considerations apply to an inquiry, one of which is the need for an inquiry to be conducted as expeditiously and efficiently as is reasonable in the circumstances. With this objective firmly in mind, it is not intended to call oral evidence from all of the witnesses who have provided statements. Only those witnesses whose statements contain material that is potentially contentious or requires some elaboration or further examination will be called. At this stage, a large number of witnesses are proposed to be called, but I should also point out that the reason for calling these witnesses is not only to simply to have them give orally the evidence that is already contained in their statements, only those matters that require further examination. There are a large number of interested parties, as I've touched upon previously, Your Honour. Depending on how the inquiry is progressing, it may be necessary for Your Honour to consider making stopwatch orders, limiting the time each party may have to examine particular witnesses. Let us cross that bridge if and when we get to it. Your Honour, that concludes my opening statement, and subject to any matters Your Honour wishes to raise, I will shortly propose to call the officer in charge. I am conscious of the time, Your Honour.
All right, thanks, Mr Castledine. Is anybody else wanting to say anything at this stage? No? All right. I think there's over 36 witnesses that are anticipated to give oral evidence. So I do invite representatives to take heed of Mr Castledine's words about being expeditious, please. We'll now break for morning tea adjournment and resume in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Silence, please, all stand.
People have wanting tea up here. We don't have that.
Version of that.
Be in the transcript.
What's that?
It'll be in the transcript.
Yeah. Transcript doesn't come very.
Oh, we were told 7 o'clock.
Are we?
I had asked for trying to get a running transcript.
Yeah, right. Okay, so we get one tonight.
I hope so.
Yeah, the officer told me before it'd be about 7 o'clock.
Really with the times.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It's only sort of 20 years after.
Can we make sure that
Silence, please, all stand. Court is resumed.
Thank you. Yes, Mr Kesselring.
Thank you, Your Honour. I call the officer in charge, Detective Sergeant Hassan El-Kanza. That's EL-KHANSA.
Silence, please. Do you swear by mighty God the evidence that you shall give me the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So please say I do.
I do.
Thanks, take a seat, thank you.
Would you please state your full name?
Hassan El-Kanza.
And are you an officer in the New South Wales Police Force?
I am.
Do you presently hold the rank of Detective Sergeant?
I do.
Are you assigned to the Arson Unit, Financial Crime Squad, State Crime Command?
That's correct.
Are you the officer in charge in relation to the investigation into a fire known as the Reedy Swamp Fire? As part of your investigation, Detective, did you compile a brief of evidence?
I did.
That brief of evidence is here in court today, is it not?
It is.
Could I formally tender the brief of evidence, Your Honour?
Yes, thank you. The brief of evidence, which at this stage is 18 volumes, possibly a couple more because some have got alphabet numbers, but in any event, there's 247 tabs of those 18 volumes. That will be Exhibit 1.
I'm pleased to court.
Your Honour, I want to just indicate there are, in various of the lay statements, some what we would say objectionable parts, but in keeping with the usual practice, we weren't proposing to take objections to them, but make the point in final submissions. I've spoken to Mr Castellan about that.
Fine, thank you.
Detective, how many years have you been an investigator within the Arsons Unit?
14 years.
And over that 14-year experience, doing the best you can, how many bushfires, or fires generally, would you have either investigated or have oversight in respect of?
Fires generally would be over 100, bushfires would be over 50.
Now, you've prepared two statements in relation to this matter. The first of your statements is dated 21 August 2018, is it not?
That's correct.
And that is a statement that runs for 272 pages. Is it fair to say that that is, in a sense, a summary of what you consider are the more important evidentiary aspects of the investigation?
That's right.
Have you also prepared more recently a second shorter statement on the 14th of July 2020?
That's right.
And that's, Your Honour, is found at tab 3A of volume 1 of Exhibit 1. And what was the purpose of that shorter statement?
It was to clarify some photographs that were passed on to council in relation to the ground cover, and also to clarify some work I did with Bega detectives around establishing exactly where the power conductors ended at the top of Reedy Swamp Road.
Thank you. When did you first become aware that you were likely to be the officer in charge in respect of this particular fire?
On the 19th of March 2018.
And when you assumed that role as the officer in charge, did you make a decision as to how the investigation should be conducted?
Yes.
And what was that?
That we would allocate as many resources as were available to us at the time to cover off a range of investigative functions, being securing what would be an area of origin, to identify as many witnesses as possible, to determine if there's any CCTV or sort of hard evidence in relation to how things have unfolded, and to also record the amount of damage that was occasioned to Tathra and the surrounding area.
Was the investigation split into two arms, as it were, one focusing more on origin and cause and the other in relation to property damage and the like?
That's right.
In relation to that aspect of the investigation, which was looking into origin and cause, who did you assign that task to primarily?
Primarily Detective Senior Sergeant Craig Harris from our forensic evidence and technical services was tasked with being responsible within the area of origin and that side of things. I also had a detective from the arson unit working down in the area of origin also, just as a support network for Craig and his team to get anything they require throughout the process.
And doing the best you can today, Detective, how many personnel was assigned to that task looking into origin and cause?
4.
And in relation to the second limb of the investigation, which was looking into property damage and the like, who was allocated primacy in relation to that aspect of the investigation?
Well, it was a mix between one of the detectives from the arson unit, Detective Senior Constable Mark Hamilton, working with other members of our forensic evidence and technical services teams in relation to the recording of those. And then there were peripheral detectives working on collating the numbers of affected properties and then making contact with the affected property owners down the track. So I would estimate initially probably 4 or 5, but then as the investigation rolled out over the following weeks, up to 12 to 15 investigators working on the job.
And were some of those investigators drawn from Sydney and others from in and around the Tathra-Bega area?
That's right.
Now, in relation to the investigation in relation to origin and cause, was, to your understanding, Detective Senior Sergeant Harris's investigation done in tandem or parallel with an investigation by the Rural Fire Service of New South Wales?
That's correct.
And who was the lead investigator for the RFS in relation to that aspect?
Angus Barnes.
And Mr Barnes has prepared a report, has he not, in relation to that question?
Yes.
Now, in your role as the officer in charge, you had complete oversight over both limbs of the investigation. When did the investigation ultimately conclude, doing the best you can?
Well, probably, realistically, at the time I complete my OIC statement, which is still, it's a good couple of years later. So my OIC statement is the 30th of April 2020. That's probably the most accurate time I can give in relation to completion. But in relation to completion of the work down at Bega and the surrounding area, it would have been at least 3 months after the fire.
And how many days did you spend in and around the Tathra area following your assignment as the officer in charge?
30 to 40 days.
Now, I touched upon a moment ago that you've completed 2 statements. Are there any matters contained within those 2 statements that require any correction?
No.
Right. And your first statement is found behind tab 3 of volume 1 of Exhibit 1. I know it's dated 21 August 2018, but at the foot of the page it's dated 30 April 2020. That's the date, the April date, when you completed that
That's right.
statement? Now, I just want to take you through some aspects of your statement, but before I do that, I'm just wondering if I could have shown, Your Honour, a video of the easement run number 3, which is tab 3C of volume 1 of Exhibit 1. Detective, this is some drone footage of the easement, and that could please be brought up. And whilst that's playing through, Detective, who took this footage?
Fire and Rescue New South Wales.
And do you know on what date it was taken?
Not that specific footage, I can't recall the date. But within, I would suggest, 2 to 3 days of the fire.
Right. And correct me if I'm wrong, but as the drone is moving, it's moving in a direction towards an easement, is it not?
It is.
And there's, as we come into there appears to be a white vehicle parked. Is that near the driveway to what's known as 580 Reedy Swamp Road?
It is. The first road to the left that you see heads out towards the main road, and that second road is the driveway, or the start of the driveway to 580 Reedy Swamp Road.
And if you could, as the drone passes over the car and a power pole which has been labelled A, could you just identify?
Yep, that's pole A that we're passing over right now.
You can just see the top of the cross arm.
Right.
And the easement runs in a generally northeasterly direction, does it not?
That's correct.
And if you could
Uphill.
indicate, Your Honour, when the drone passes over pole B.
So that's 580 Reedy Swamp Road in the blue roof on the left. And at the top of the screen, that's pole B coming into view now.
This one now that has a tree to the right of it, fallen
Tree
tree.
known as tree 2, that is next to pole B.
Right.
And now the easement is heading uphill. And we're moving up to what you're going to see very shortly as tree number 3. Behind tree 3 is pole C.
So the
Behind
next
that,
pole there is pole C.
and then we just passed over tree 4. And that's pole D in the distance near that white vehicle.
Thank you. And as the drone was heading up the hill as you turned, it appears to be a vehicular access track. Is that correct?
Right.
And was that track present prior to the fire, to your understanding?
Yes.
And does it remain there now, to your understanding?
Yes.
Could the witness also be shown, please, a further drone video known as Easement Run 4?
So that's pole D. You can see in yellow marked below the pole. Detective Senior Sergeant Harris and his team had marked them so we could see them from the air. So that's pole D we're passing over. And we'll be moving down towards pole C. And you can see that's tree 4 there at the top of screen.
Just pausing there, in terms of the topography, is it going slightly down now?
We are going down the hill, back towards the paddocks down below. We just passed over pole C, and that was tree 3 that just disappeared out of screen. And now that is tree number 2 next to pole B.
And pole B has a transformer affixed to it, does it not?
It does. And that
And it
is,
has two cross arms, an upper and a lower.
it does, yeah. And that is tree 1 there, the remnants of it. And the driveway to 580 Reedy Swamp Road, and then the access road back out towards Tartha and Bega. So now this continues on out towards the paddock, which is generally in the direction of Emma Road, and we're soon to see if it continues on. That is pole E.
Is that Emma Road there?
It is. That is pole F there.
Pole F. And that's the last pole that was identified and numbered.
That's right.
Next, could the detective please be shown pole B video, which is also found in tab 3C. Now, you see the B spray painted on the power pole.
Yep, that's pole B.
And do we see as the drone's moving up the transformer?
That's right. The lower cross arm and the upper cross arm.
Now, at this point, there appears to be no conductor lines attached.
Not suspended in the sky, but there are some hanging down to the ground.
And again, if you need to refer to your notes or you're unable to say, please tell me, but do you know when this footage was taken?
It would have been the same day as the rest of the footage for the easement. I would anticipate within 2 or 3 days of the fire, if not closer. But I'd need to refer to exact notes and know where to find them in the 272 pages to give you an exact date, but I can get that.
Well, I'm sure we can turn it up. Now, there was some damage done to some insulators. Where were those insulators located on the cross arm? Was it the upper cross arm or the lower cross arm?
The upper cross arm, and it should come up to it. So it'll be right of screen at the moment as this rises up. There'll be damage to the insulator on the right-hand side. It's coming into screen now on the right. You can see broken sections of insulator there.
On the top crossbar.
On the very top cross arm, on the very right-hand side insulator, you can see the breaks, chips to the insulator.
And as you understand it, there are some still photographs taken of that particular insulator.
There is.
And to your understanding, were there ceramic insulator fragments located towards the base of pole B?
There was.
By Detective Harris?
That's correct.
And just to orient Her Honour, what has been termed line 2 is the line that runs in effect from the right-hand side of the insulator up the hill towards the next pole, which is pole C.
Which is right of screen right now. So conductor line 2 is on the right now, conductor line 1 is on the left.
Now, as the drone moves around, from your I just wonder if we could just replay that a little bit, if we could. You've walked that easement a number of times, have you not?
I have.
Just pausing there. Now, that's a view, is it not, Detective, from pole B looking down the hill towards pole A?
That's right.
Now, having walked that easement a number of times, are there a number of ant nests or ant hills along that easement near the vehicular access track?
There are.
Are there some of significant size?
Yeah, there's one. You can see one on the image there, which is actually on the side of the easement, on the left-hand side. There is one actually behind the view we have at the moment between pole B and pole C. There's a significant mound in between those poles.
I'm just wondering whether we can try and bring that up to have that idea.
Sorry, the footage that we've seen with the ant hill there is between pole B and A.
Correct.
But you said there's another one.
Directly behind our view at the moment of significance.
Yes.
Heading up towards the next pole, pole C, Your Honour. I'll just see if we can play that through to have the detective identify that other anthill. If not, can you find me another? that could just be paused, and if my instructing solicitor to move forward to 123, we might have a view of that other anthill. Do you see it there, Detective?
I do. So you'll see within the easement, pretty much dead centre of the easement, there is a brown pile of soil, effectively, and it's directly above the insulator you can see on the lower left-hand cross arm.
So pole B sits between two anthills to the eastern side of the
Yes.
easement. Thank you.
Does Your Honour see that anthill that's
Yes.
just sitting on the top of that insulator on the left-hand side? All right, thank you. Could we move then, please, to poll C video, which I apprehend, Your Honour, will demonstrate where trees 3 and 4 were located. So, Your Honour, Detective, poll C looking back down the hill, down the easement towards pole B and beyond, correct?
That's correct.
And what tree do we see there immediately adjacent to pole C?
That is tree number 3 in shot at the moment.
And at that cross arm, there's 2 conductor lines.
Conductor line 2, as we spin around now, is the one on the right-hand side of screen. And you'll note that the conductor line, just gone out of shot, but the conductor line heading up the hill is still attached, heading up towards pole D, but is broken off in the direction CB.
And do we see there on the ground what has been termed tree 4?
That's tree 4 on the ground, yes.
And so that's the insulator for, on the right-hand side, for what's been termed conductor line 2.
That's correct.
And if, Your Honour, if my instructing listener could please move to what's termed pole D video, number 2.
I'll just clarify that. So the conductor line from pole C to B, which is going up the hill, is intact?
From
C to D.
C to D is intact, yes.
D, you said, okay. But from B to C is not?
That's correct.
And Detective, that is in respect of line 1 only, being intact between pole C to D?
Sorry, it was attached. I'm getting confused between intact or attached. So it was attached. Conductor line 2 is attached from C to D. It's attached, but certainly not suspended. It's on the ground. But from C back to B is actually broken.
Line 2, not line 1.
Line 2.
And line 2, we'll come to that. Was it not found, line 2 between pole C and D, found under tree 4? And there was a noticeable kink or bird nest distortion marked with the marker identifier number 5 by Detective Harris?
That's right.
But your point is that it wasn't suspended linking pole C to D. It was attached to pole C but was down,
Yes.
and found part of it under the branches of tree 4.
That's right.
But in respect of the other line, line 1, on the western side of the easement, it was attached and suspended between pole C and pole D.
Yes.
Now, I just want to show you one photograph, which is a photograph that was taken shortly after the fire commenced, which is a photograph taken by Mr. Somerville, and that's found at tab 58B, page 1978. Now, approximately what time do you understand this photograph was taken, Detective? If you don't know, we can turn it up in the statement.
I think it'd be best to turn it up in the statement so I can be accurate.
And do you have a recollection as to where this particular photograph was taken from?
Yeah, from Reedy Swamp Road, which is at the very top of the easement.
So beyond pole D, where the easement comes up
And meets Reedy Swamp Road, that's right.
Thank you. And doing the best you can, how high do you think some of those flames may be at that point in time?
Those flames would be between 7 to 10 metres in height.
And is that an advancing fire?
It is.
Or a running fire, as it's sometimes known? Of what degree of intensity would you describe that photo?
That is an intense fire. I've clearly seen more intense, but at that point, given that the fire is in its infancy, it is intense for how early it is in its stage of development.
And at that point of the easement in that vicinity where you understand the photo was taken, is that on a slope, or is it level ground, or unable to say?
It is on a slope, so where the photo is taken from is flat ground, being Reedy Swamp Road, but as you head down the easement, there's a significant slope all the way down the easement to at least past Pole B.
So that fire's running uphill?
Uphill, and with the wind also.
And you get a sense of what the wind might be doing by looking at the tree centred in the photograph.
That's right.
Its direction. Was that, in terms of orientation, are we looking at that fire running in a sort of southeasterly direction, or?
That's correct.
Right. With at that point, the prevailing wind was most likely a northwesterly.
That's right.
Just on that, in terms of fire conditions, what's a northwesterly wind like in terms of fire behaviour?
Northwesterly winds are more dangerous winds because of the heat that they have within them and low humidity. So yeah, they are a problem for firefighters, and also they assist in increasing the intensity of a fire.
As does a hill. Fire running up a hill runs faster and with more intensity, does it not?
That's right.
Now, can I just ask you if the witness, please, could be provided with volume 1 of Exhibit 1. And if the detective could please turn up his statement behind tab 3. As part of your investigation, Detective, did you obtain a number of photographs taken by Ms. Alison Christensen?
I did.
And a series of photographs were taken by Ms. Christensen, correct?
She did, yes.
And can I ask you to turn to page 10 of your brief of evidence? And
yes,
if need be, these can be brought up onto the screen for those who are watching from afar. Now, in terms of where the photograph was taken, we see a plume of smoke in the distance. Where was Ms. Christensen located, to your understanding, when that photograph was taken?
she's at her home address on her balcony, looking at the fire in Grandview Avenue at Black Range.
Right. And do you have a sense of how far away her house is from 580 Reedy Swamp Road?
I believe it's about 6 kilometres.
Thank you. Now, as you understand the position, that photo was taken at about 12:33 p.m.
Yes.
And then if you turn the page, please, Detective, to page 11, we see a further photo taken at 12:42 p.m.
Yes.
Now, when you do a comparison between those two photographs, what, if anything, do they demonstrate to you based on your experience as a fire investigator?
Well, they indicate they certainly assist showing the direction of the wind at that time, and it shows the development of that fire and the increasing in intensity of that fire over that 9-minute period.
And do you base that on the fact that it's grown in size in that 9 minutes,
Yes.
and that you have a more pluming smoke?
That's right.
And if you go to the next page, page 12, further photograph. Now, I omitted to ask you this at the outset, but do you, having been down there a number of times, when you look at that photo, what is your opinion as to likely origin, particularly the first photograph?
Well, it's likely that the origin is somewhere in or around the power easement on Reedy Swamp, adjacent to Reedy Swamp Road.
And I'll return to that answer in a moment. Then moving forward to page 13, further photo taken at 121. In terms of the location of the township of Tathra, is that slightly to the right of that photograph where the last bit of smoke is seen?
It is.
And in terms of the direction of travel, is the smoke heading in a generally southeasterly direction?
Yes, it is.
Now, if you then turn please to page 15, as part of your investigation was some magnification taken in respect of those photographs provided to you by Ms Christensen.
Yes.
And who undertook that magnification exercise?
Michael Sara is part of the forensic imaging unit of the police.
And what's your understanding as to what that relevant officer did in relation to those photographs, which we see the first one, which was taken at 12:33 p.m?
So we conducted a process to establish where within the easement that the poles were located. We put police vehicles at those at a time after, because given the distance from Miss Christensen's house, you can't see the poles. So we put police vehicles at the bottom of each of those poles so you had something to aim for. Photos from the same location were taken. Michael Sara was given the original photos in the highest quality format that were provided by Miss Christensen, as well as the photos we took from her balcony, and he was asked to do some magnification and an overlay so we could establish where the smoke was actually coming from in respect to the poles on the easement.
Thank you. Dealing with the first photograph, which is at page 15, taken at 12:33 p.m, is that simply just a magnification of the native photograph or the original photograph taken by Ms Christensen?
That's right.
All right. And if we just step through, a magnification exercise was undertaken in respect of each of the photographs provided by Ms Christensen.
Yes.
Page 16, page 17 and page 18. Now, in relation to the overlay exercise, whereby as part of the investigation some police vehicles were placed at the base of each relevant pole for reference purposes, do we see that exercise at page 159 of your statement?
Which
That's
is
right.
163 of the brief.
Oh, it's 159 on mine, Your Honour.
When you say of your statements, you're referring to the brief.
Sorry, yes, 159 of the brief or 155 of the relevant statement. Thank you, Your Honour. Now, we see white vehicles parked near each of the poles, correct?
That's right.
Was a vehicle parked at pole D or not?
No.
Was there a reason why it was not?
I think from memory, because pole D was slightly over the hill and we wouldn't have seen it anyway from memory.
Now, if we turn the page to 160 of the brief of evidence, could you just explain what that image demonstrates?
The arrows A, B and C are arrows put in by our forensic imaging unit based on pointing those arrows at the vehicle locations or where the vehicles meet the poles, and then overlaying that exact position onto the original image to give us an indication of where pole A, B and C would be.
And was that exercise done for all photos or just the three that we see there?
I believe all four photos from 12:33 through to about 1:12.
Oh yes, thank you. I had one stuck. Now, having regard to the first of those overlays at page 160 at 12:33 p.m, what, if any, opinion or conclusions did you draw by reason of that overlay exercise?
That the smoke plume is originating closer to pole C than pole B.
And do you see any evidence of smoke activity or fire activity in the area around pole B or not?
No.
Right. Now, can I ask you then, oh, I apologise, I see the time.
Right. That was fast, wasn't it? All right, we're having a break for the lunch adjournment. We'll resume at 2 o'clock, please.
No, it's just... Are you grabbing a sandwich?
Thank you.
Detective, I just want to turn now to the second limb or the second arm of the investigation, which was in relation to property damage. How many weeks or months did that part of the investigation take until it was to a point where it was nearly completed?
I'd say about 8 months.
And you mentioned earlier in your evidence that maybe upwards of 12 officers were involved in relation to that task.
Yes.
In summary form, what was required of those investigating officers in relation to compiling that evidence in relation to property damage?
Well, it was a mix between the forensic examination of the properties done by our Forensic Evidence and Technical Services, but the detectives involved started with the BIA, so the Building Impact Assessment forms created by the RFS team. They combined those forms in a spreadsheet format and overlaid that with information from the Police Cops System, Bega Shire Council, Insurance Council of Australia, to identify as many properties as they could that would be affected. And then once that spreadsheet was cleaned to a format where we had a lot of names, numbers and locations, each of the affected property owners were contacted by phone by detectives and clarified, was their property damaged or destroyed? And the spreadsheet was cleaned in that format. They were sent a questionnaire which they answered, and that questionnaire was populated into a final spreadsheet that's produced in the brief.
Now, in terms of the final figure, how many buildings and structures were damaged having regard to that process to which you just referred?
Damaged 39 houses.
And other structures?
Damaged, another 12 outbuildings were damaged, and then destroyed.
Yes.
We have 56 homes and 35 outbuildings.
Now, in relation to the 56 destroyed buildings, earlier there was a reference to 65. What was the reason for that discrepancy from initially in the order of around 65 coming back down to a final figure of around 56 destroyed?
Well, the initial categorisation is by the RFS BIA team, and they literally do drive-arounds to identify the properties that they deem are destroyed or damaged. After being contacted by detectives themselves, those property owners, they clarify the exact damage to their property, and then it's ascertained that some of them weren't actually destroyed, they were just severely damaged that would be repaired.
Thank you. Now, as part of that aspect of the investigation, did you obtain drone footage taken of damaged or destroyed property in and around the township of Tathra?
Yes.
Could I invite my solicitor, Your Honour, to play a drone video overview of Andy Pool Drive, which is of the Tathra Beach Motor Village. Detective, do we see there an overview of the Tathra Beach Motor Village?
We do.
And were a number of buildings damaged and destroyed within that area?
Yeah, there was a number of cabins destroyed in that business.
And was that in the order of around 35 or thereabouts, or not?
I think from memory, the caravan park itself had about 20 odd, but I can refer to my notes to get the exact count if required. But yeah, so that business, separate to the 56 destroyed houses I spoke about, that business was obviously severely impacted, and it had a number of cabins on top of the 56 houses. And then there's also another business called the Cliff Place Cafe that was destroyed by the fire as well.
And in terms of the location of this motor village, is it sort of down towards the coastline?
It is.
Which suggests that embers were travelling some distance
That's
to
right.
cause spotting in and around that particular area.
That's right.
This is behind 3C. This video is behind 3C.
Embers to the Beach Motor Village 5. Do we need to do this one? Just this one. Next, Detective, I'll have my instructing solicitor to bring up for you what is termed 1 and 3 Tarthra Street. And again, whilst that's coming up, Detective, where's Tarthra Street? Does it run towards the headland down?
Yep.
Do we see there in the main road heading from the bottom left towards the coastline Tarthra Street?
That's right.
And then it loops around to a headland?
That's right.
Is that just a phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I just want to deal with two matters. The first is, to your understanding, has since this fire the easement been cleared and perhaps widened?
Yes, it has.
Do you know when that took place?
Between the 7th and 10th of May 2018.
And what's your understanding of what took place on those days?
Subcontractors to Essential Energy cleared the easement with heavy machinery and made the easement wider.
And do you know, firstly, why that task was undertaken?
I don't know why it was undertaken.
Thank you. And do you know how far it was widened?
We have not gone back to measure it, but I would estimate it's been widened by about 10 metres. But that's only based on my estimation of some photos I've seen.
The final matter I just want to touch upon, if I may, Detective, is your opinion as to what you think, firstly, the origin of the fire was, and secondly, what the cause of the fire may have been. You are familiar with the material that's been tendered, are you not?
Yes.
And as part of that material, have you had regard to some of the expert evidence that has been compiled as part of the brief of evidence?
I have.
You're familiar with the fire investigation report of Mr Angus Barnes of the RFS?
That's right.
And also the forensic examination carried out by Detective Senior Sergeant Harris?
That's right.
As the officer in charge of this investigation, firstly dealing with origin, what, in your opinion, is the likely origin in respect of this particular fire?
The origin of the fire is the power easement between Emma Road and Reedy Swamp Road at Reedy Swamp. More specifically, the position between pole B and pole C on the power easement, within the power easement.
And why do you say that?
It's my view that tree number 4 has come down in heavy wind and impacted conductor line 2.
Pausing there, conductor line 2 between pole, which pole?
Between pole C and pole D.
Yes.
As a result of the impact, that impact has caused only conductor 2 to come down as a result of the hit from tree 4. Due to that hit, the bird's cage style damage was occasioned to conductor line 2 and some marks were left on conductor line 1. That brought conductor line 2, CD, to the ground. It has potentially also broken at that time the conductor line 2 from the insulator at pole C, meaning conductor line 2 between B and C is laying on the ground for a period, well, indefinitely, but for a period of 6.049 seconds at least. Power is running through that conductor line, igniting tri-fuel within the power easement, setting the fire. That continues eventually on towards Tarthra.
And in terms of a specific area of origin, is it correct to say that you can only put it in an area between pole B and C or D on that analysis?
That's correct.
Now, is it C or D or C for you? In terms of specific area of origin, on that theory to which you've just spoken, if tree 4 has come down
Yes.
onto conductor line 2 between poles C and D,
Yes. Yes.
is it your hypothesis that that may have caused conductor line 2 between pole B and C to be dislodged from the insulator at pole C,
Yes.
such that a live conductor line, or Y being line 2, is on the ground between pole B and C
Yes.
for a period of 6.049 seconds, which is live, which it could have caused leakage of energy to ignite a fire.
That's right.
Now, you refer to a period of time of 6.049 seconds. What is the significance of that time frame?
That's the period of time when a fault is detected by Essential Energy via their recloser, and that's the period of time it takes for the energy to shut off.
Now, on that theory, as you understand it, would there have been any power or live voltage on conductor line 2 between pole C and pole D?
No,
And why is that?
because it's at pole C insulator, the conductor line is completely removed from the insulator.
On your theory.
On my theory.
Thereby, no power running beyond pole C
Yes.
in respect of conductor line 2.
Yes.
Now, you've mentioned the bird's nest distortion. If I can ask you to go to page 122 of your statement, tab 3, volume 1 of exhibit 1. Do you see there a marker number 5?
Yes.
And immediately above marker 5, do you see a kink in a piece of wire?
Yes.
Is that, firstly, to your understanding, conductor line 2 between pole C and D?
That's right.
And is that the bird's nest distortion to which you have referred in your evidence?
That's right.
Now, if you just go forward 2 pages to 120 of the brief of evidence, do we see there in the bottom part of the photograph where there are 2 red arrows, a tree branch? 120, Detective?
Sorry, I can't see the red arrows. What page?
Page 120 of the brief of evidence? Or 116 of the statement itself, Your Honour.
Yes, what was the question, sorry?
Does Your Honour have a photograph with 2 red arrows? Thank you. Do you see a branch between those 2 arrows?
Yes.
Is that branch part of tree 4 or unknown?
Tree 4.
Now, do we see the head of each arrow pointing to a conductor line?
Yes.
And is that, to your understanding, conductor line number 2 between pole C and D?
That's right.
And that then runs up to the marker number 5?
That's right.
And is that heading in a direction of pole D?
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned that there were some distortions in relation to conductor line 1 between pole C and D.
Yes.
Could I invite you, please, Detective, to turn to page 123 of the brief of evidence. Do you see there those 2 distortions to which you refer?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of how those distortions may have been caused?
They may have been caused by a falling tree, possibly tree 4. As it took down conductor line 2, the higher, smaller branches that weren't strong enough to take conductor line 1 down have hit the conductor line 1 and left those marks on it as a possibility.
Thank you. Is there anything else? Thank you, Your Honour. That's the evidence in chief of Detective Sergeant El Kanza.
Mr Shaney.
Your Honour, might the witness be shown what was described as easement run 3, the drone footage? I think it was the first video we saw.
That's correct.
Detective, just at the very start, you see very early in the video, if we're able to pause it, you see the first pole, which I think you identified as pole F.
Yes.
Emma Road is to the south of pole F, is it not?
Yes.
We don't see Emma Road in that footage.
From memory, Emma Road, I think you're right, is out of our image down lower, yes.
Yes. Right. Did you at any point measure the distance from Emma Road to any of the poles?
I did not know.
Do you know if anybody involved in the investigation did?
I don't think Detective Senior Sergeant Harris did, but I'd have to clarify with him on that.
Do you actually see Emma Road when that footage starts?
I must admit I was looking down when the video started, Your Honour. I just wonder if we might see it at the very beginning. I think not. Is that at the start now? That's the very beginning, Your Honour.
So Emma Road's not evident on that footage?
Your investigation satisfied you that the fire commenced about 12:19 or 12:20 p.m. that day, and that, among other things, what the matters that satisfied you about that were the contemporaneous complaints by locals of losing power at that time.
That's right.
And as you've told us, the wind was blowing from a northwesterly direction towards the southeast. And I think you described the northwesterly wind as more dangerous because it blows hotter, effectively, is that right?
That's right.
And it's convenient, is it not, to think of as a matter of orientation, that the wind is roughly running at 90 degrees to the orientation of the easement.
That's right.
The table that you reproduce on page 20 of your report, or page 20 of the exhibit,
Yes.
indicates, does it not, that in the column titled wind speed, that the wind was at its most ferocious, if I can use that term, between 12:30 and 1, when it was running at 41 to 44 kilometres per hour.
That's right.
And then it returned to that speed later in the day at about 3:30 p.m, 15:30 hours. But at about the time the fire started, the wind was at its heaviest,
Yes.
strongest. In paragraph 15 of your statement at page 14 of the bundle, you describe the zoomed in photo taken by Miss Christensen as demonstrating the commencement of visual smoke seen in a clearing of land known as the easement.
Yes.
And the photo you're referring to, the zoomed-in photo, is on the next page, sir.
Yes.
Do you detect smoke in the easement in that photo as opposed to slightly to the east of it?
I detect smoke in the easement, yes.
Towards the
Towards the top.
top, yes. And that's in part why you indicated that the smoke plume was near pole C when in answer to Mr. Castleton before lunch?
Yes.
Can I ask you about paragraph 73, sir, of your statement at page 46? This is in the part of your statement where you produce the statement of Mr. Reeve, a member of the RFS and a member of the New South Wales Police.
Yes.
And you see, you just, in paragraph 73, you record that Mr. Reeve observed fire on the southern side of Reedy Swamp Road. It was about 600 metres past a hard left hairpin turn.
Yes.
Is the hard left hairpin turn that you're describing seen in the photo on the next page where Reedy Swamp Road turns at almost 90 degrees? It's in the left-hand third of the photo?
I'm just reviewing the paragraph.
Yes.
Yes.
And later at 87, I'm sorry, I withdraw that. If you return to paragraph 73, may we take it that Mr. Reeve first detected the fire when he was about 600, when he was at the hairpin bend, and the fire was some 600 metres away on his estimate. Is that?
If that's basing it off my summary of his evidence in my statement,
Yeah.
so just double check that. We'd have to actually get his whole statement out to make sure he hasn't cited it from, say, a kilometre out when they're driving into the area. Just want to make sure we're...
Well, if you take it from me, sir, that you've accurately paraphrased Mr. Reeve's evidence, but I just want to clarify whether you attempted to measure the distance from the hairpin to what he identified as the area of fire?
No.
Yourself? Right. And then at paragraph 83 of your statement, you describe Mr. Dean, another witness, as seeing what he believed to be an ignition point about 40 metres wide within the ground of the easement. You see that?
Yes.
May we take it that, although he might have used that language, you understood him to be describing not the ignition point, but the front of the fire as he saw it
Yes.
at that time, and it was about 40 metres wide.
Yes.
And Mr. Dean described the fuel loading in the area as quite extreme. Did you understand him to be referring not merely to fuel on the ground, but to the density of the bushland itself?
Yes.
Because in your experience, having been there, you would regard it as a dense bushland either side of the easement?
Yes.
Even after the fire?
Well, not necessarily after the fire, but I would anticipate before the fire, it was dense.
And so you produce at page 79 of the bundle at least you refer at page 79 of the bundle to the statement of Mr Somerville
Yes.
that you gave some evidence about earlier. And he lived at the time on Reedy Swamp Road, on the opposite side of the road to the easement, correct?
He
And he told you that he observed, at the time that he took the photo that you've extracted at page 80, he observed the fire moving fast in an easterly direction.
Yes.
And as you've recorded, the photo that's seen at page 80 was taken at about 12:35 p.m.
Or shortly after, yes.
Yes. And that is more or less the same time as you understand that Mr O'Brien arrived at the other end of the easement, the southern end? Is that right?
Yes. Mr O'Brien left his home after 12:31, and it's about a 3.5 minute drive from his place to the easement if he's normal speeds. So he would be, as long as he left straight away, roughly the same time, yeah.
But we think, at least he reported, didn't he, that Mr O'Brien, had some dialogue with his son before he left the house and headed to the
Yes.
easement, I think. So in any event, you were satisfied that O'Brien arrived at around 12:35, 12:36 p.m?
Roughly, yes.
And that's roughly the time the photo was taken by Mr Somerville that's seen on page 80.
Roughly, yes.
And at paragraph 133, you make the point about this photo of Mr Somerville that it was taken at least 18 minutes and probably 20 minutes after the fire commenced. See that?
After the first reports of the fire were made, yes.
Yes, so perhaps even longer after
Yeah.
the time of commencement of the fire.
15 to 20 minutes, yes. Yeah.
And it would follow that, likewise, the observations that Mr O'Brien made and reported to you later, including the observations he's overheard making on the video, were made 18 to 20 minutes after the fire had started.
Correct.
When you say fire had started, and you, Mr Shinnie says fire has started, and you say the fire was reported.
First reports of the fire, yes. So although Donald Hay is technically the first 000 caller, we have Robert Russell who saw in his observations an early white wisp of smoke. And when you do the timeline around what he says, I waited about 5 minutes and then I phoned my wife. The phone call to his wife is at 12:23. So going back roughly 5 minutes, only based on his memory, possibly 12:18, somewhere around then he has noticed the smoke for the first time.
And again, we can have more confidence about that timing because we know people were complaining about power dropping out at about that same time, 12:18, 12:19, 12:20.
Yeah.
One of the observations made by Mr Somerville that you record at paragraph 136 relates to a person he described as from Essential Energy named Ziggy Warby.
Yes.
Did you make any inquiries to speak to Ziggy Warby?
Yes, there's a Darryl Worley who has made 2 statements to police and clarified that paragraph in his second statement to police.
But did Mr Somerville tell you anything that gave you confidence that Mr Worley was the fellow he was referring to when he used the term Ziggy Warby?
No, that's only who he knew him as.
Sir, I'm sorry to take you back in your statement, but if to go back to paragraph 94, this is where you introduce Mr. O'Brien's material at page 57.
Yes.
You see, you describe his address at 558 Reedy Swamp Road as being in very close proximity to the easement.
Yes.
You accept it's about 1.8 kilometres from the easement. And you understood, as you tell us in paragraph 99 on page 59, that Mr. O'Brien's account had it that the fire was burning at a position higher up the hill than pole B.
Yes.
And you've you introduced, I think, through a later statement, I believe, the video of Mr. O'Brien.
That's right.
And you weren't present when that video was made, I take it, but you've since watched the video.
Yeah.
And you've heard him on the video describe when he arrived at the scene, the first he saw of the fire, it was up near the ant hill, what he describes as the ant hill.
That's right.
And he was referring, as you understand it, to the ant hill to the western side of the easement, above pole B.
Yes, in the middle of the easement, near the centre of the easement, yes.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes. To the left, to the western side of the track within the easement.
Yes.
Yes. And did you at any point attempt to measure the distance from pole B to that anthill?
I did not. I'd have to clarify with Detective Senior Sergeant Harris if he did, but I didn't.
Were you able to, are you able today to estimate, from having been there, how far from pole B up the hill was that anthill?
From where, if I can inquire?
Up the hill from pole B?
From pole B.
Yeah.
I would say 30 metres.
Were either of the anthills that we saw in the drone footage earlier this morning one of those anthills?
Yes, it was the second one we spoke about, the one in the middle of the easement, yeah.
Thank you.
If it's not too much of a stretch, could I ask for that pole B video to be shown, Your Honour? I think that was how it was labelled, the pole B video.
Pole B video.
The drone footage.
At
1 minute 23, Gary.
And at about 1:23, I think, is the time at which one sees the anthill. Are you able to? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
And perhaps my instructing solicitor, Your Honour, could use his cursor pointer to identify the relevant.
That pole is pole, which...
That's pole B.
Pole B, but I think we're still too far forward in the video at the moment.
It's partly obscured now.
Mm.
It's coming into better focus now.
I think we've got to get back to 1 minute.
We have to rewind. Stop there. Well, too far.
There.
Getting close, I think.
Stop there. And there we go.
And
That's just for the record, the mound just above the insulator of line 1 on pole B, looking up the easement.
yes, at timestamp 1:23 on the video.
Thanks, Mr. Cheney.
So if Mr. O'Brien puts the fire that's been burning for some 15 minutes before he arrives at a point above the anthill, as he described it,
Yep.
you would infer that its point of origin was a point higher than the anthill up the easement and closer to pole D.
Yes.
Can you see pole C on that footage?
Pole C is in the distance, so you can see in the very top left corner you have tree 3. Across just behind the fallen tree 3 is pole C.
And you cannot see pole D.
Potentially it's there, but in the distance, yeah, there is another shape there, but you can see C.
The topography is such, isn't it, that if you're standing at the bottom of the easement, at pole A, for example, one can't see pole D because of the cresting of the
That's right.
hill above.
You might be able to see the very top of it from memory, but you don't see the pole like you do A, B, C.
And sir, can I ask you about your two sketches that at the very back of your statement, the last 2 pages, or pages 274, 275 of the bundle.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I think I described them as your 2 sketches, but they were prepared by Sergeant Harris. And this is an attempt, is it not, to depict the location of the various defects in the conductors by reference to the position of poles B, C and D?
Yes.
And the drawing at 274 shows in the bottom right-hand corner in the dimensioning section, it's a bit hard to read, but under the words 57.5, or the number 57.5, the words break at joiner.
Yes.
In short, line 2 broke at pole D right at the T-bar, did it not?
Yes.
And it then fell to the ground and hung and stayed intact back at pole C.
Yes.
And does the reference to 57.5 indicate that that break was 57.5 metres from pole C?
I believe so. I just need to clarify again.
Yeah.
But I'll take your word for it if, yes.
You'd get some comfort about that, wouldn't you, from the fact that at the top of the drawing we get an overall dimension, or
Yes.
overall span of 58.5 metres.
Yes.
So if power continued to flow through the severed line, or the broken line, conductor 2, after it fell to earth,
Yes.
the ignition of debris on the floor of the easement could have occurred at any point along the 57.5 metres
Yes.
of that.
Other than the bit that was hanging from the pole still down to earth, where it
Yes.
first connected with the earth, yes.
Yes,
Probably a few metres.
yes. So
Height of the pole plus some.
it'll pull it back 4 or 5 metres from
Yeah.
pole D. The end of the severed.
Slightly, yeah, but also from pole C. As it loops down from pole C and it's not connected with the earth, there's also a length there that wouldn't have been connected with the earth at pole C.
Yes. Yes. And if one turns to the next drawing at 275, the circled, left-hand blue circled area indicating a discoloration,
Yes.
is that feature in any way significant, the discoloration?
discoloration can indicate that the area has been subjected to heat, but if it's the discoloration of heat damage and then as it rusts effectively, oxidises after the fact, that could be what that discoloration means.
Because we're here speaking about, when we speak of these conductors, unsheathed copper lines, correct? Copper
Yes.
strands. Yes. The break at pole C that's shown on page 275,
Yes.
I'll withdraw that, just pardon me a moment. So I'm sorry, sir, just to return to the discoloration topic, it can't be known, can it, when the discoloration that's referred to there on page 275 was incurred or occurred?
No.
So at paragraph 114 of your statement, you introduce, I think, some evidence of a Mr. Woodhouse, one of the locals.
Yes.
Well, at least I think you introduced it at page paragraph 109 on page 66.
Yes.
And you see in paragraph 114 you say that Mr. Woodhouse later produced several photographs to police and some imaging and mapping work he had done using an online mapping tool of where he believed the smoke plume at Tarraganda was at the time he first saw it.
Yes.
And then you introduce one of those photos, or extract one of those photographs on the next page at 68.
Yes.
And you see the caption, you describe the red line as, quote, the location he estimates the fire commenced in the bottom right-hand corner of the image at the end of the red dotted line.
Yes.
That would have the fire commencing, would it not, if taken literally at least, the fire commencing on the northern side of Reedy Swamp Road?
But that is an estimation by him from kilometres away using a mapping tool on his computer. I don't think that we can suggest from what he says that he unequivocally puts the, say, point of origin where the end of that red line is. That's his best guess at the general direction of the fire.
And that's the case, isn't it, with a lot of witnesses of that ilk. That is, people who are looking from a great distance are doing their best to estimate where it is, but it's a pretty unreliable tool, isn't it, from the perspective of fire investigators?
That's right.
Work.
It's part of the things we use to determine an area of origin or a point of origin. It's that plus many other things in the brief, yes.
But we're pretty confident, are we not, that what Mr. Woodhouse described as the point of origin isn't correct?
Yes,
to the north.
That's right.
You were at one point involved in settling the brief, as it were, for Trevor Blackburn, the
Yes,
electrical engineer.
yes.
And I think at your second statement, which is at tab 3A of the brief, you explain the sequence of events that led to Mr. Blackburn being retained, Professor Blackburn being retained.
Yes,
And you speak about you and Detective Harris working together on the preparation of the two-page briefing sheet.
yes,
And we see the two-page briefing sheet at 276.10 in the bundle.
yes,
And you tell us in paragraph 7 that the detail, you give the details of a conversation that you and Sergeant Harris had with Mr. Blackburn, where you discussed the two-stage process that you envisaged he would undertake.
yes,
One being a physical examination and the second being a commentary on the electrical assets, etc.
yes,
And may we take it that when you had that conversation with Mr. Blackburn on the 29th of May 2018, you and Detective Harris had prepared the two-page briefing sheet for the purpose of talking him through it?
yeah, the draft version of it was done, yes. Yes, if not completed, yeah. What you see on 27610, yes.
Yes. And you could have some comfort that what we see on 276.10 is what you discussed with Mr. Blackburn, because you describe in paragraph 8 Mr. Blackburn being happy with the process and having no changes to his brief.
Yes,
And you say there that you went through the two-page briefing sheet with him and explained the proposed stages, you said
Yes.
in paragraph 8. And in the second phase of the two phases of his brief, that is seen on page 276.11, as you put it in paragraph 6, you wanted him to comment on the likely or possible consequences of some 9 scenarios that you then set out. Did you
Yes.
say that? And in paragraph J of subparagraph J of paragraph 6, you invited him to posit any other potential scenarios that might occur to him.
yes,
But what you were about in formulating that task, as it's set out in paragraph 6, was to have him opine on the likely or possible consequences of any one of those assumed scenarios being the reality. How would the thing behave? Is that what you were?
so I don't understand that question.
Well, you see in paragraph 6, you say, comment on the likely or possible consequences, and you put all that in bold, of the following scenarios. You weren't asking him to opine about which scenario was to be preferred. You were simply asking him to explain what might be the consequences of those scenarios playing out.
Yes,
And so, for example, in paragraph C of paragraph 6, one of the scenarios was what would happen if there was contact between two lines whilst they were still suspended and unbroken.
yes,
And one of the scenarios, scenario H, had it that a tree would fall across a single line and hang for a period.
yes,
Is that a scenario that, may we take it, that occurred to you and Detective Harris as a possibility?
yes,
And your conclusion about the cause of the fire dismisses that as a possibility.
The way my summary at the end of my statement reads is it's based on all of the information I have. So whether it's information from an expert, information forensically, information from witnesses, CCTV, the photographs, all combined together to give my best hypothesis as to what I believed has occurred at that time, yes. So I think, yeah, the word dismiss may be a little strong, but it's, I'm more, my position is based on everything that I have in the brief as the most likely cause and origin of that fire.
And in that respect, you, and as you understand it, Sergeant Harris, agree that tree 4 fell before the fire,
Yes,
and that the other trees likely fell after the fire.
yes.
All right. Pardon me a moment, Your Honour. Thank you, Your Honour. Thank you.
Mr Newton?
Detective Alcanza, would you agree that in the initial stages of a fire, that the topography has as much of an effect on the burning of the fire as does the wind, and that?
I don't know if I can rank wind versus the topography. That's someone I'd be asking an expert on that one, particularly. They both have differing effects, depending on the lay of the land, depending on the wind speed. I don't know if I could compare the two.
Well, is it right that the topography in the area of between Pole B and Pole C was uphill from
Yes.
Pole B to Pole C?
Yes.
And so that in the early if the fire commenced somewhere between Pole B and Pole C, in the early stages of the fire, the topography would, putting aside the influences of other matters on the development of the fire, the topography would have the fire spreading generally in an uphill direction more quickly than in other directions?
Yes, it would tend to go uphill because that's what fire wants to do, but it does affect on what direction wind is actually hitting it at the point it is low in the ground. So yes, generally it will go uphill fire.
And also in the early stages of a fire, I withdraw that. If the fire started between Pole B and C, then that was within the power line easement. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And in that area, the vegetation was lower to the ground than in the forested area on either side of the easement.
That's right.
And you would, in that type of vegetation, the fire would be burning. Would it burn relatively quickly? Is that your understanding, or you're not able to say?
With the dryness of the fuel in that easement at the time and the hill, quickly is such a loose term, but the fire would have been actively moving. I couldn't give you a speed. It would have been going uphill somewhat, and it would have been moving through the dry grass or whatever was left behind relatively easily.
And it's right as a general proposition that the fire would be building in intensity the longer from the initial point of the fire commencing.
As long as it had fuel in front of it, it would continue to build.
And similarly, as the fire built in intensity, the amount of smoke being generated from the fire would increase. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And so that you would, is it right then that at the point of origin or in that area, one would expect less smoke to be generated from than sometime after the development of the fire?
That's right.
And so in the very early stages of the fire, there might be not much smoke generated at all.
That's right.
And it's also possible, isn't it, that as the fire develops, the very early stages of the fire may in fact be extinguished. Is that right?
Yes.
So that when an observation is made of a fire from a distance and smoke is being seen, then what you may be seeing is smoke being generated from fires at some point from the point of origin of the fire. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that the area of the point of origin of the fire may be generating very little, if not no smoke.
It may.
Yes. No further questions, Your Honour.
I'll come back to you later, Mr. Smythe.
For
Mr.
pleasure.
Goodman, do you have any questions?
Your Honour, I have no questions for this witness.
Mr. Baroni?
No questions, Your Honour.
Ms. Johnston?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Smythe?
Thank you for the opportunity, Your Honour, but I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Castledine, do you have anything further you wish to ask the witness?
Yes, thank you. Detective, you were asked some questions by Mr. Cheney in relation to some evidence of some locals who gave some accounts of what they saw in a period of time, perhaps 15 to 20 minutes after the power may have gone out or thereabouts. And reference was made to some evidence of Mr. Reeves. Do you recall questions in relation to that? You were asked some questions in relation to some evidence of Mr. Somerville. In relation to those two gentlemen and the evidence to which you were taken, when you came to form your conclusion as to the likely point of origin or area of origin, what weight, if any, did you attach to their evidence?
Certainly their statements make up part of my conclusion. They do. But it's part of the overall package. You know, if you had to take it into piece by piece, probably one of 15 pieces, maybe 20 pieces of evidence which came to the conclusion I came to. So we're asking for a weighting of those, 2-3% each witness, potentially, but that's very hard for me to put a number on.
Did their evidence in your analysis fall within the same category as that to which you gave the evidence of Mr. Woodhouse or not?
Theirs, I would put theirs higher than Mr. Woodhouse. Mr. Woodhouse just giving us an indication of potentially somewhere to look for an area of origin. He's some distance away and it's best guess on a map to him. So the witnesses who were there on the ground who saw the fire in its relatively early stages, I put higher on the list for credibility, in my view, than Mr. Woodhouse.
Thank you, Your Honour.
You mean reliability?
Reliability.
Nothing further.
Thanks, Mr. Castledine. Thanks, Sergeant. That's your evidence for today. I'm not sure whether you'll be able to be back in the witness box at a later stage. I don't know. But you're now excused from your evidence today. Thank you.
Your Honour, the next witness is Detective Senior Sergeant Craig Harris, if he could be called in due course.
Silence, please. Do you swear by mighty God the evidence that you shall give with the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat, please.
Detective, would you please state your full name?
My full name's Craig Anthony Harris.
And are you a Detective Senior Sergeant in the New South Wales Police Force?
I am.
Are you a Senior Forensic Investigator within the Forensic Evidence and Technical Services Command of Crime Scene Services Branch?
Yes, I am.
And how many years have you been a forensic investigator for?
About 20 years.
And in that time, are you able to say how many bushfires or you have investigated or have been involved in as part of an investigation team?
In terms of actual investigations, probably around 20 to 30 bushfires.
And have you, as part of your role as a forensic investigator, also undertaken forensic investigations or examinations of fire in relation to property damage claims?
Yes, what we call compartment fires or structural fires.
Detective, you've prepared 2 statements in relation to this matter, have you not?
Yes, I did.
Is your first statement, if I could ask you to please turn to tab 4 of volume 1 of Exhibit 1, towards the end of that bundle, do you see there a statement that you provided in relation to this matter, dated 21 February this year, but executed on the 24th of February this year?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you read that recently?
Yes, I have.
Are there any matters contained within that statement that you wish to correct or clarify at the outset?
Yes, there was one correction I wish to make, and that was, let me just, okay, paragraph 88, which is page 52 of my statement.
Page 328, Your Honour, of the brief of evidence. What aspect of paragraph 88, Detective, do you wish to clarify?
The third last word in that paragraph, or the last line in that paragraph reads, lines on the ground above tree 3. That should read lines on the ground below tree 3.
Can you make that amendment and initial it, please?
Certainly.
You may as well put the date on it too, thanks, Sergeant.
Apart from that matter, Detective, are there any other matters contained within your first statement that you wish to correct? Did you also prepare a second statement dated the 27th of July 2020?
Yes, I did.
Do you have that before you?
Yes, I do.
Your Honour, that's found in volume 18, which is the last volume of Exhibit 1, at tab 241. Are there any matters contained within that statement that requires correctional clarification?
No, there's not.
Now, as part of the investigation in relation to this fire, which is known as the Reedy Swamp Fire, were you tasked to undertake a forensic investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
In relation to origin and cause of that fire?
Yes.
And did you assemble a forensic investigation team?
Yes, I did.
Who formed part of that team and what were their qualifications and or experience?
There are a number of people in the team. There was Acting Inspector Sasha Debnam, who was the acting zone manager for the South Coast area. She had kind of high-level oversight of the forensic operations, ensuring provision of sufficient resources to do what we needed to do. There was myself. I elected to undertake the origin and cause aspect of the investigation. There was also Detective Sergeant Chris Cox from Queanbeyan Forensics. I tasked him with leading the team that looked at the building impact in and around the Tathra area, and he had a team of forensic investigators that worked with him of varying levels of experience. That worked, all who were trained in elements of fire investigation, and he led that team to look at the building impacts. And at different times during my investigation, I drew some of those members to assist me, particularly around when we were collecting the power line infrastructure. It was a large task, and I had some of the members there assisting me with that. Senior Constable Matt Gibb Senior Constable Tanya Kajner, Senior Constable Pep Reed, and a few others that came in and out at different times to resource the investigation.
And were you in effect the lead investigator in relation to origin and cause of this particular fire?
Yeah, at the time I was performing the duty as the zone coordinator for the South Coast Zone, and given the scale of this event, I took it on myself to lead that part of the investigation.
And as part of your investigation into origin and cause, did you have some involvement with Mr Angus Barnes of the Rural Fire Service?
Yes, I did. Inspector Barnes is a fire investigator with the Rural Fire Service, and we conducted an origin cause investigation on the ground jointly.
When you say jointly, were you operating independently of Mr Barnes, or were you collaborating?
We were collaborating. We were discussing. We developed an examination plan jointly. We executed that plan together, sourcing the information, conducting on-ground and aerial examinations, tracking the fire together. During that time, we would identify evidence as we found it, and we would have discussions about that evidence and come to agreement and consensus, or otherwise, about different aspects of the investigation, and then move on.
I'll come back to that in a moment. Now, were you part of a briefing on the Monday, so that's the following day, the 19th of March, at around 12:30 p.m?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was the purpose of that briefing?
That briefing was to bring myself, Inspector Barnes, Detective Alcanza, and other investigators that had come into the area from Sydney, was bring us up to speed on the current situation as the local investigators knew it.
And from that briefing, did you get a sense or an impression as to a possible likely area of origin in relation to this particular fire?
As a result of that briefing, it became apparent that the easement off Reedy Swamp Road may eventually be an area of interest, based on some very early reports from witnesses and some early photographs.
Now, can I ask you to go to attachment 3 to your statement, which is right at the back. It's an aerial map or a satellite image. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
Now,
Page 380 of the brief.
yes, thank you, Your Honour. Page 380. Now, this photograph was shown earlier today. Following that briefing at 12:30 on Monday the 19th, was the easement to which you referred a moment ago, the easement that is identified on attachment 3 and labelled power line easement?
Yes, that's correct.
And having obtained that early information that a possible area of origin may be that power line easement near 580 Reedy Swamp Road, what did you determine was the right approach to undertake to investigate area of origin?
Well, the first area of issue that we needed to deal with is this is public space, and if that easement was going to be of interest later on, we needed to ensure that that was preserved as best as is possible, so as to maximise the value to the investigation. So we arranged to visit the easement and have an initial inspection, and then worked with Detective Alcanza to arrange that easement be placed under guard, so we could preserve its state. We then left that easement, and then we essentially went back to square one, as you would in any investigation. We attended the Fire Control Centre, commenced gathering our data, and then progressed through our methodology from there.
If we just pause there and just backtrack a little bit. as I understand your evidence from your statement, you attended the easement, that is the power line easement, with Mr Barnes at about 3:30 p.m. on the Monday, the 19th.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you undertake then a visual inspection of that easement?
Yes,
That is, did you walk the easement?
yes,
Did you walk it from the entrance road at 580 up towards pole D that we've seen today?
yes, we did.
Now, it's correct to say that that easement runs in a generally northeasterly direction,
That's correct.
uphill from the entrance to 580?
Yes.
And are you able to describe the type of vegetation that you encountered as you walked up that easement?
Within the easement itself, there is a vehicle track which consists of 2 wheel tracks, and either side of those wheel tracks and in the general area of the easement, the vegetation was obviously burnt at that time, but had consisted of, from unburnt patches, had consisted of dried tussock grass, bracken fern, low-level vegetation, you know, probably no taller than 50 or 60 centimetres.
Saplings?
Yes, some saplings on the edge of the easement and very young saplings within the easement itself. And then as you moved out into the uncleared vegetation, you had what's termed dry sclerophyll forest, which is gum trees, eucalypts, with some understories of, you know, other shrubs.
Now, as you've walked up that easement, I take you've identified a number of power poles.
Yes.
At that point, were they labelled or not?
No, they weren't. Other than there was numbers on them that are identifying numbers from Essential Energy. But I chose to apply A, B, C and D to those for ease of reference for the investigation.
And did you or someone under your control take measurements between those specific poles that were ultimately labelled A through to D?
Yeah, I took measurements in conjunction with a highway patrol officer who we requested to come to the scene, who used his LiDAR speed gun, which has a function within it to take very accurate measurements. And together with his assistance, we measured the distance between each of the poles.
And you've recorded those measurements, have you not, in your statement?
Yes, I have.
Now, the power transmission lines were copper, were they not?
Yes.
11,000 volt lines.
I believe so, yes.
From your first inspection, that's the afternoon of Monday the 19th, what, if any, steps did you take at that point to secure those transmission lines and infrastructure in and around the poles?
We arranged with Sergeant Elkanza to have police place the length of the easement under guard to ensure that no person entered the easement and interfered with any of the infrastructure.
Now, thank you. Now, did you, as part of your first initial visit to the easement, identify any fallen trees?
Yes, I observed 4 fallen trees within the easement on that initial inspection.
And it might be easy if I take you then to the to volume 2, if I may, Detective, of Exhibit 1, to tab 5, and invite you, Detective, to turn up a series of photographs commencing at page
I don't think I have.
449.
I don't think I have volume 2.
So what page number?
449, Your Honour, it should be photograph 1.
Do you want to put it up for the remote?
Certainly, if my instructing solicitor can follow, photograph 1449, and there's a number of those photographs thereafter. Detective, did you take these photographs?
Yes, I did.
And are you able to say whether you took these on your first visit or a subsequent visit?
These photographs were taken on my initial visit to the easement on the Monday afternoon.
Now, the first pole that we see, which is in the foreground, is pole A, is it not?
Yes.
And then as one moves up towards the easement, one can see the next pole is pole B,
Yes.
and then towards the top of the rise is pole C.
Yes, that's correct.
And then if you turn, please, to page 540, photograph 2, the pole immediate, the first pole one sees is pole E,
Correct.
and then off in the distance across the grazing pasture land is pole F.
That's correct.
Right, then turning to the next photograph, photograph 3 on page 451. Again, is that a photograph taken on your first visit?
Yes, it is.
And the first power pole that we see there is pole B, is it not?
Yes.
Which has the two cross arms.
Yes.
And then behind it, towards the top of the rise, is pole C.
Correct.
And are you able to say where you were positioned when you took this photograph?
Probably, you can see what I term tree 1 is just in the foreground. So I'm just below tree 1, pretty much adjacent to 580 Reedy Swamp Road.
And I was coming to that. So we see a tree that has been, it seems, cut or
Yes.
broken. That's what has been labelled tree 1.
Correct.
And that sits between pole A and pole B.
Yes.
Turning to the next photograph, photograph 4 on page 452, is that a photograph of pole B?
Yes, it is.
And the black infrastructural device on the side of the pole is a switch box, is it not?
Yes.
And we don't see it in this photograph, but further up the pole there's a transformer.
Yes, correct.
Now, to the right of the base of pole B, is that a portion of what has been labelled tree 2?
Yes, it is.
Turning then to photograph 6 on page 454, again, is that on the left-hand side of the photograph, a photograph of pole B, or a portion of pole B?
Yes, it is.
The tree near the base of pole B, is that tree 2?
Yes.
Looking up the vehicular access track within the easement, do you see an anthill first on the right-hand side,
Yes.
moving up, and then further up on the left-hand side, a further anthill?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And then at the top of the rise is that pole C.
Yes, it is.
Turning to photograph 7, page 455, is this a photograph taken from in the vicinity of between pole B and pole C, looking down the easement?
Yes.
Looking firstly at pole B, with
Yes.
the two cross arms, and then off in the distance at the bottom of the easement, pole A.
Yes.
And do we see there on photograph 7, before one comes to pole B on the right-hand side, an anthill or an ant nest?
Yes.
And is that, to your understanding, the same anthill or nest that we saw from a different perspective in photograph 6?
Yes, it is.
Now, do we see anywhere here any of the fallen trees that have been labelled 1 through to 4 or not?
You can see a portion of tree 2, which has fallen at pole B.
Which photograph are you looking at?
Photograph 7.
Photograph 7. You can just see a portion of what appears to be the trunk across the track, just slightly to the left of the track, at pole B.
Thank you, Detective. Next photograph, photograph 8 on page 456. Again, this is looking up the easement. A photograph taken somewhere between pole B and pole C.
Yes, it is.
Pole C at the top,
Yes,
and beyond pole C, we see a little bit of the top of pole D.
correct.
So does pole C on the other side of pole C, does it dip or does it flatten out or what?
Yeah, it flattens and then goes downhill from, so it kind of peaks near pole C.
Yes.
And then goes back downhill towards pole D. It flattens out and then slightly downhill.
And then over the page, please, Detective, photograph 9, page 457. Do you see a power pole on the left-hand side of the photograph?
Yes, that's pole C.
Pole C. Then looking back down the easement towards the other poles A and B, do you see firstly pole B?
Yes.
And off in the distance, possibly pole A?
Yes.
And there's a tree across the vehicular access track. What tree number is that?
That's tree 3.
Yep. And then, can I ask you please to move forward to photograph 49, which is found at page 497. Do you see there, Detective, an aerial photograph of the easement?
Yes.
Now, was that taken from a helicopter or from a drone or?
That photograph was taken by me from a helicopter.
Right. And I'll come to it shortly, but you and Mr Barnes undertook an aerial examination of the fireground.
Yes, we did.
And that was on the Tuesday, the
morning
21st of March, was it not?
Yes, the morning of Tuesday the 21st.
And as part of that aerial examination, you took a number of photographs
Yes.
over the easement. Now, you've labelled the relevant poles within the easement. Can I ask you then to turn to just, might be an opportune moment, Your Honour, just to, for the detective and Your Honour, just to work through between photograph 49 and 55. They're fairly self-evident, but they do demonstrate different perspectives in respect of each of the relevant poles, and they demonstrate the distances between them. Perhaps if one goes to photograph 53 on page 501. Now, Detective, again, is that an aerial photograph that you took from the helicopter?
Yes, it is.
And you've labelled pole B. We can see it's pole B because it's got the two cross arms.
Yes, that's
None of the other poles have a lower and an upper cross arm, do they not?
No, all the other poles have a single cross arm.
And is that tree too immediately adjacent to pole B?
Yes.
And as we move up towards pole C, can you see tree 3?
Yes, you can.
And is it that tree that's close to pole C?
Yeah, just below the red arrow label, pole C.
And is tree 4 visible in this photograph or not?
Tree 4 is there, but it's very hard to see in this photograph.
All right. Maybe if we go to the next one, photograph 54, page 502. Now, you've labelled in this photograph pole C and D. Could you identify, please, tree 4?
The tree 4 is just to the right and above where the red arrow C is. Unfortunately, there's a shadow coming off the pole which makes it look longer than it is, but the arrow labelled C is pointing at the base of pole C.
Thank you. I was going to come to that. So the head of the arrow indicating pole C is in fact the base.
Yes, that's correct.
And then we see a tree below that arrowhead.
Yes.
Is that tree 3?
Yes, it is.
And tree 3 is between pole B and pole C.
Yes.
It's quite distorting, this photograph. Okay, moving up from C in the direction of D, is there another tree laying across the vehicular access track?
It's
Oh,
it's
sorry,
not,
the
it's not coming
easement.
across the track.
The
but
easement, my apologies.
Protruding into the easement from the right-hand side is the main trunk of tree 4, just above the label C, above and to the right.
Thank you. Now, you have done a drawing or diagram which sets out as best one can the location of the relevant poles and fallen trees. Can I ask you please to go to attachment 1, which is towards the back of your first statement, Detective? Attachment 1 sets out the easement. It identifies 580 Reedy Spont Road. It identifies certain trees and power lines. If I ask you then to turn to attachment 2, which is a magnification of a section of attachment 1, it's a little easier to read. If we could just start at pole A on the left-hand side of attachment 2, and as one moves towards pole B, the first tree that one comes to is tree 1, correct?
Yes.
And then the next is tree 2, pole B.
Yes.
And then as we move up towards pole C, we have tree 3.
Yes.
Which is before one gets to pole C, and then after pole C, between pole D, is tree 4.
That's correct.
Now, there are 2 power transmission lines that run the length of that easement.
Yes.
You have, as part of your investigation, have you not, labelled them line 1 and line 2?
That's correct.
Is line 1 the line that is on the western side of the easement, or that side closest to 580 Reedy Swamp Road?
Yes, it is.
Or as you're looking up the easement on the left-hand side?
Correct, yes.
And similarly, line 2 is on the eastern side, on the right-hand side?
Yes.
Now, can I just ask you, if I may, some questions around fire behaviour? Are there sort of 3 main integers which may have an impact in relation to fire behaviour? The first being weather conditions.
Yes.
Second, topography.
Yes.
Third, fuel.
Yes.
All right. Now, in relation to the 18th of March 2018, on that day, was there a total fire ban?
Yes, a total fire ban had been declared.
And what's your understanding for the conditions necessary for a total fire ban to be declared?
Total fire ban revolves around, and I don't know the specific figures, but specific temperatures, humidities, predicted fuel moisture contents, things like that. When they meet a certain predicted parameter on a given day, the RFS will declare a total fire ban.
Now, if it assists, if you could turn to paragraph 45 or 44 at page 292 of your first statement behind tab 4 of Volume 1, Exhibit 1. You set out at paragraph 44 some of the weather data that was taken on the 18th of March from the Bega Weather Station.
Yes, that's correct.
Just taking the line entries for 1 p.m, in terms of conditions for fire, is 37 degrees Celsius considered conducive to fire?
Absolutely, yes.
And why is that?
Because higher temperatures results in preheating and drying of the fuels. which allows them to combust more readily.
And what is the significance of relative humidity?
Again, relative humidity correlates to fuel moisture. The amount of moisture in the fuel will be impacted by the amount of moisture in the air. And the lower the moisture in the air, or relative humidity, the lower moisture content in the fuel, again, making it more readily combustible.
And a relative humidity reading of 17, is that considered a low reading?
Yes, particularly on the coast.
And is that also conducive of fire behaviour, or conducive of fire running in a negative way?
Yes.
Now, wind speed, how would you describe 44 kilometre per hour winds at 1 p.m. on that day?
That's got to be in the strong category. It's not, the upper end of the scale, but blowing consistently at that speed is conducive to the spread of fire.
And what about wind gusts of 72 kilometres per hour?
Yeah, that's getting into the more extreme end of the wind influence, and that is just going to cause the fire to spread and particularly to spot faster and further.
Thank you. In relation to wind direction, what, if any, significance does the direction have on fire behaviour?
Again, typically we find winds that come from the west or north, or a combination of those, are hotter and drier. Again, for the same reasons, they have an impact on fuel moisture content and fuel preheating, resulting in more conducive to the spread of fire.
Given those readings, did you form the view that the weather conditions on the afternoon of the 18th of March were highly conducive to the ignition and spread of bushfire?
Yes, I did.
Now, if in relation to wind, I'll withdraw that. In relation to topography, could you just explain how topography may affect fire behaviour?
There's two ways topography can affect fire behaviour. The first way is the slope itself. Fire will burn more rapidly and with greater intensity uphill than it will downhill, and that's to do with the reduced angle between the fuel in front of the fire on the ground and the flame. Flames tend to burn vertically in the absence of wind, and if you have a slope in front of the fire, that reduces the distance between the flame and the fuel, and it allows it to preheat more quickly and combust more readily. The second impact that topography has is it can modify the wind. It can channel and funnel the wind. So you could get a valley where an overall wind speed might be significantly increased through a valley or a gully where the wind is funneled into that area. So topography affects both the fire directly and how the wind can behave.
Thank you. And finally, of the three main integers, fuel loads, how does that affect?
Well, fuel loads, first of all, the availability of fuel, the amount of fuel that is on the ground and elevated in the trees. The more fuel, the more combustion you get taking place, the more heat that is generated, the fire builds in intensity. But it's also the type of fuel. Fine fuel or fine dry fuels will combust much more readily than larger or wet fuels. And fuel arrangement can also have a factor. If you get compaction of dense fuels, like maybe in a pine forest, where you get many centimetres of fuel that becomes compacted over time, that will burn less readily than fuel that is loose and aerated, because fire requires oxygen and air. So fine, loose fuel will combust more readily and burn more intensely than compacted fuel or wet fuel or large fuel.
In terms of the Reedy swamp fire, are you able to make any observations in relation to the type of fuel loads that may have been present?
Within the easement itself, if I look at the section of the easement around Pole E, which was unburnt, and if we take that as representative of the type of fuel that was in the rest of the easement before the fire. That tended to be dry tussock grass, which is grass that's still in place and growing, but it hasn't fallen over, but is dry. There's bracken fern, which again is a fine fuel and burns very readily. And then there were some young saplings and things like that. So within the easement, there is certainly the fuel load is not consistent. You know, there's tussocks and then there's gaps between the tussocks and things like that. But there is certainly more than enough to carry fire through the easement. Then when we move into the uncleared sections on either side of the easement, as I said, we have dry sclerophyll forest, which has or would have had a layer of fallen debris, bark, leaves, that kind of thing on the ground. We also have elevated fuels. A lot of the trees in that area are what we call stringy barks or rough bark trees, which can carry the fire up the trunks of the trees because they've got that loose, fibrous bark. Some other trees that shed bark, smooth bark trees that shed bark, can get bark hung in the limbs of the trees, which again can serve to carry the fire from the ground up along the trunks and into the canopies of the trees, which can aid in intensity and producing what we call crowning fire, which is fire that's up in the canopy of the trees. And that's how fire presents at its most intense, when it's carried up into the canopy of the trees.
Given what you've just said now, having regard to where you thought at an early stage a likely area of origin may be, that is in and around the easement at Reedy Swamp, would you describe the topography as conducive of fire behaviour?
Yeah, particularly because there was quite steep slope across the easement, both left to right or west to east. There was a slope uphill towards the east, but there was also a slope uphill, as I said, from pole A up towards pole B. So there's significant slope involved there, which once a fire establishes will cause, in the absence of other factors, will certainly cause the fire to run, up the slope.
And what about in relation to fuel loads, given what you said in relation to the fine vegetative matter?
From what I can see, the remnants of the fuel there, that there is more than enough fuel to establish an ignition easily, a competent fuel source, and carry that fire from, if the fire did in fact start in those fine fuels within the easement, it would easily carry through those fuels and then into the forested area and accelerate from there.
Now just turn to fire patterns. Does fire burn in a particular pattern absent wind and slope?
Yes, so if you ignited a fire in even fuel on flat ground with no wind, the fire would typically burn circular if you have even fuel, flat ground, no wind. But as soon as you introduce either slope and or wind, that will cause the fire to spread more rapidly up the slope or with the wind, resulting in what often is a V shape. The fire advances in a particular direction under the influence of slope or wind, and it spreads as it advances. It spreads laterally either side as it advances, often resulting in a V pattern, all subject to available even fuels.
And given that description, is origin most likely at the base of what you've described as the V?
Yes, yeah. The fire will spread significantly further forward or run with the wind or up the slope than it will back away from the origin. So the origin is always likely to be in and around the base of the V.
Could I invite you, please, Detective, to turn to attachment 9 of your statement, which is page 417 of the brief of evidence. And Detective, do you see there a fire progression map?
Yes.
You've labelled it indicating V pattern.
Yes.
Now, did you have this fire progression map before you undertook your aerial examination of the fireground or not?
Yes, I did.
Having seen that, what, if anything, did it tell you prior to you hopping in the helicopter?
Straight away, the area that I was most interested in as the possible origin of this fire was at the base of the V, or to the left-hand end or western end of this V. Now, just for clarification with this map, the two arrows, the red arrows, straight line arrows that show either side of the V, I've put them onto this map. The original map produced by the Rural Fire Service doesn't have those. I've put them on to give some sense of the V pattern.
And there's a label prevailing wind. Did you...
I included that as well, yes.
Apart from those two matters, any other annotations that you undertook to the
other than the header,
RFS map?
the header at the top, but no, just I've put in the prevailing wind label and the two arrows to kind of define the boundaries of the V.
Now, you undertook, as you said earlier in your evidence, an aerial examination on the Tuesday, the 20th of March. You undertook that with Inspector Barnes of the Rural Fire Service.
Yes.
Was there anyone else in the helicopter on that occasion?
There was an officer who was assisting Inspector Barnes. It was Inspector Palmer, from memory. He was also in the helicopter, and the pilot, obviously.
And what was the predominant purpose of undertaking that aerial examination?
An aerial examination, particularly in a fire of this size, just enables us to get a sense of the boundaries of the fire. You know, where the fire has to progress to on either side, and ultimately where it's got to. And, you know, as you can see, standing on the ground near the easement, you're just surrounded in black. But as soon as you get into the air with some height, you start to get a sense of the boundaries of the fire, the shape of the perimeter of the fire, and a sense of how the fire has run.
From that aerial examination, were you able to track the fire back from Tathra to a particular point?
So the way we dealt with it is we instructed the pilot to fly straight to Tathra, and because we knew that's where the fire ended up. The fire hadn't started there; it obviously had ended up there. So we went to that area. We took the time to take some photographs of the damage in and around the Tathra area, and then just have a look at the bushland adjacent to the Tathra area, and have a look at the overall burn patterns there. We were able to identify that there were some areas of more intense burning just to the west of Tathra, two particular, what we would term potential runs of fire that had entered into the western side of the village. And we could see that the fire was broad as it came into Tathra and had been burning with some intensity. So we were then able to follow that continuous and unbroken burn back towards the west along the path of the fire, kind of broadly looking, you know, to the north flank and then back to the southern flank, and flying up the centre of the run, which focused us back in towards the easement. We found that the run of the fire was continuous and unbroken, other than the Bega River, which represented about a 100-metre gap. It took us right back to the easement area.
All right. You mentioned two runs. Can I ask you to turn to volume 2, please, Detective, of Exhibit 1, tab 5, page 478, which is photograph 30. You see there, Detective, a photograph labelled 30.
Yes.
Does that depict the two main runs of intense fire to which you referred?
Yes, that
in your
does.
statement and in your oral evidence a moment ago?
Yes, it does.
And are they at the end of each, in effect, in the general direction of where the arrowheads are located?
Yes.
Now, you said in your statement, I withdraw that, you expressed an opinion in your statement that these two runs of intense fire may have led to substantial ember attacks?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Because these two runs of fire are typically along the ridge tops which makes them exposed to the prevailing wind. You can see that the canopy of the vegetation is completely damaged, meaning that the fire is likely burning into the canopy. So you've got leaves and bark in the canopy of the trees that's directly exposed to the prevailing wind, would have been lifted by that wind and the heat generated by the fire and carried forward in towards the town of Tathra.
So carried forward from the head of the fire?
Yes, in a easterly, southeasterly direction, impacting on the town of Tathra.
Are you able to say, based on your experience, how many metres or kilometres those ember attacks could travel, could travel?
There are documented, typically on an average bad fire day, investigators will look at distances of around 5 kilometres, is within quite normal fire behaviour. There are documented cases, particularly in the Black Saturday fires in Victoria, where there are records of fires spotting, 10s, 20s, 30 kilometres ahead of the main fire front.
Now, you've referred in your evidence to run of fire. Could you just explain in layman's terms what that means?
So a run of fire is, I said, when a fire comes under the influence of typically either wind or slope, it will begin to run much faster with greater intensity, following up that slope or with that wind. So what you'll often find as a fire progresses over kilometres through this hilly terrain, that the fire will run up a slope rapidly with the wind behind it, and then it may slow as it goes down the other side of the slope, where it may be a bit sheltered from the wind, and then it'll reach the bottom of a valley and then it will run. But it can also then run laterally if there's swirling winds that are driving up a valley. It can take different runs in different directions. So run really just refers to where the fire builds in intensity and rate of spread in a particular direction under some influencing factor.
As part of your analysis, did you have regard to the line scans that were obtained or not?
I do recall seeing an early line scan on my initial visit to the Fire Control Centre, but I didn't have those readily with me during most of the investigation.
Now, we've been discussing embers and ember attacks. Again, could you put it in layman terms as to what an ember attack is? So
an ember attack is when an area, and it's typically a term that's used when a fire approaches a town or dwellings, where the embers are blowing ahead of the main fire front, and they begin to impact on dwellings and structures around. And those embers will get into combustible material that is in and around all of our homes, and they can cause ignitions around the home and damage or destruction to the home. You will often see in fires like this, and even the recent fires, that you will get an area of dwellings and there'll be one burnt and then be one right next to it that is fine. And then 2 streets over, there's another one burnt. And it often seems a bit random, how did that occur? And it's because of ember attack. The vast majority of dwellings that are destroyed by these fires are ignited well ahead of the main fire front by this ember attack. And it's just a bit indiscriminate as to where it gets into which home and causes an ignition. And
did you make those observations when you drove through the streets of Tathra in relation to property damage?
Yeah, there was 2 things which were quite common. Again, you would get 2 or 3 houses destroyed, then several that were spared, and then 1 street over there'd be another couple of houses. So that was very typical of ember attack. The other thing that you could see all over the ground when you drove around the Tathra area is burnt debris, like burnt leaves, burnt pieces of bark, just carpeting the yards and roadways and houses. And that's indicative of this kind of burnt material that's blowing ahead of the main fire front. Much of that that's coming down is not still alight, but much of it still is alight and causing those ignitions in and around the homes.
Is the term spotting interchangeable with the term ember attack, or?
Typically a spot fire is generated by an ember. So an ember is blown in front of the main fire, it lands in some combustible material and creates what we call a spot fire. So they're all connected.
Now, I did interrupt you, but you mentioned that you started to track the fire in a sort of northwesterly direction, or westerly direction, I think was the term that you used, from the town of Tathra,
Yes, I did.
across the Bega River.
Yes.
And did you, through that aerial examination, track the fire back to an area in the vicinity of the easement at Reedy Swamp?
Yes, I did.
You're about to move on to another area. Is that a convenient time?
Yes, call it a day, I think. Just take a step down, thanks, Detective Sergeant.
Your Honour, just doing the best I can for those that are appearing before Your Honour.
Yes.
We are running a little bit behind schedule, to which I apologise. At the conclusion of Detective Senior Sergeant Harris, I apprehend Inspector Angus Barnes will be the next witness called. If time permits, I apprehend we will seek to call some evidence from lay witnesses on fire origin. They may not be in the order to which they appear in the most recent witness list, but I make that observation. There's two matters of housekeeping, if I could raise, Your Honour, is that Your Honour directed that the Bega Valley Shire Council and National Parks and Wildlife Service serve any evidence by last Friday, the 31st of July. I've spoken to council for each of those interested parties. They have not been able to complete that task by its allocated time, but I have been told that they are hopeful that that material can be provided to those who instruct me by Wednesday of this week. Unless there's anything that those parties wish to say, we'll move on the understanding that hopefully we'll have that material by Wednesday of this week.
Happy with that proposal? Mr Baroni and Ms Johnston, you're happy that you anticipate Wednesday close of business will be an appropriate extension of time?
Yes, Your Honour, I'm quite confident that my client will have the statement completed. In fact, it's probably nearly completed tonight, but for abundant caution, Wednesday, if Your Honour is content with that, the statement will be complete and provided to council assisting.
Thank you.
Also the case for the council, Your Honour.
Thanks, Ms Johnston. Yes, anything else?
Not for my part, unless there's other matters of housekeeping.
Sorry, Your Honour, I should, on the same topic, foreshadow that there is a short supplementary statement coming overnight or in the morning from Mr Ian Fitzpatrick of Essential, just dealing with the 1 second, 6 second issue that Mr Castleton opened.
Right.
We'll deal with that when it arrives. I can hardly be heard to complain, Your Honour.
No. All right, I will adjourn until 10 o'clock tomorrow, thank you.
No, please, Court.
Silence, please. I'll send one of Scott's
Richard, how many volumes is this one? I hope so. They changed the fort setting to 1 second. It does impact on what Trevor Blackburn says around possible recommendations. Yes. Okay, well, I'd like to see. Do you know if that's a standard, like an industry practice across the board, or is it just something we've decided to do? The new settings since the 2025.
Is that 1 second at all times, or is it just during high fire? Oh, thanks.
Yeah, all right.
Only if she wants to. Oh.
We should get out of here.
Yeah, we've got to get instructions.
Paul?
Only for 5 minutes. I don't want to be stuck.